marohaki na dito bitawi si ingotoki utuhan heteon di hutan ang martuari totoo tu si marohaki na dito bitawi
USU. Introducing USU as one of the leading universities in Sumatra, Indonesia. USU has been part in the development of Indonesia. There are 16 faculties and 1 postgraduate school, started from the Faculty of Science and Technology to the Faculty of Humanities. The latest is the vocational faculty that was established as a hub center to excel human developments with highly competitive skills. USU is at the forefront of the implementation of Tridharma, which are providing education, advanced research, and community services. These are parts of our involvement in solving and addressing public matters, as well as contributing significantly in the national developments. USU aims to global competition, participating in the international community by targeting ourselves as one of the world-class universities. Industrial competition as well as technological advancement has led USU to prepare our students with necessary skills that are needed for modern-day communities. USU has been aiming to deliver exceptional education by improving our facilities and infrastructures, educational system, bureaucracy reformation to produce a world-leading academic institution. We also commit to contribute significantly to the development of Indonesia alongside with the nation's noble desire, and our transformation would remain the same as our past, current, and future promises.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2023 International Summer Course on Local Leadership for Sustainable Development, Day 3, hosted by the Public Administration Postgraduate Department, Universitas Sumatera Utara. I am Anissa Kharada Manik, your Master of Ceremony for this event. I am delighted to welcome all of you. Today, we are here to discuss topics like traditional leadership of Batak Toba, agile leadership on future towards Indonesia postmodern civilization, and indigenous community and climate change, and local knowledge-based leadership in Tapanuli Utara. This course aims to equip you with the knowledge, skills, and inspiration needed to become effective local leaders for sustainable development. In this program, you learn from experts, discuss engaging topics, and connect with similar participants. To ensure a smooth and enjoyable summer course event, certain rules need to be followed. These rules include 1. Keep your microphone mute when the speaker is talking to prevent interruptions. 2. Please keep your camera on during the entire session. 3. Use the background provided in the chat. 4. Use the virtual hand or chat to ask questions or join discussion when invited. 5. And last, to mark your attendance, complete the attendance form announced during the summer course. Without further ado, let's introduce our moderator, Mr. Fernando Sihotang, SOS MA, with an interesting educational and organizational background. Mr. Fernando Sihotang, SOS MA education includes political science from the University of North Sumatera, human rights politics from Erlangen University, Germany. And in addition, Mr. Robert Mee is actively involved in several organizations, including American Bar Association, Rule of Law Initiative, Washington, D.C., UNICEF, Jakarta, Public Administration, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Indonesian Lutheran World Federation Pematang Siantar, and Lutheran World Federation, Geneva, Switzerland. In addition, Mr. Sihotang is with this extensive background, we believe that Mr. Fernando will bring valuable insights to our event today. Thank you for being here, Mr. Fernando. We welcome you with all due respect.
Thank you, Mbak Damanik, for introducing me for this moderating the session. Thank you also for the committee for inviting me to moderate this very important session. Yes, I welcome you to the International Summit Course on Local Leadership for Sustainable Development. I trust that you've been enjoying some presentations for the last few days up to the next day. Yeah, and then you may look forward to the next sessions either as through online portion and also the physical next time. Yes, I'm just going to introduce me. I'll be moderating the session. And I would like also to invite either on our distinguished speaker, the solicitation on leadership, local leadership, on traditional leadership of Batak Toba from case study taken from being abused Pipang Direct and one of the North Sumatera villages in North Sumatera. So our next distinguished speakers is Professor Dr. Robert Sibarani. Let me read some of his portfolio shortly, briefly. Yes, Professor Dr. Sibarani is a professor in 2001 on in linguistic anthropology. He's now active. He's been active teaching at the University of North Sumatera. He used to also be record with the university in the past. One is work with Utara University, and the second work with University of Utara. Both were are located in North Sumatera province. As a linguistic anthropology professor, he's been writing a lot of books. Tens of books already being published by Professor Robert Sibarani. And I cannot tell you all of them. So many publications already published and authored by Professor Robert. He's been also writing some journals, particularly on Batak Toba traditional and characteristics. And he's been also being active at the various institutions, both as academic institutions or non-academic institutions. And yes, he was also a visiting professor at some of the European-based universities, like in Münster, Germany in 1996, University of Poland in Germany, University of Naples Orientale, Italy, and some other universities. You can read all of, his complete portfolios. And yes, he's been very active in researching, more particularly about Batak Toba tradition and characteristics, where you can find at some publication resources or website. So I invite you to welcome our distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. Robert Sibarani, who is going to speak about traditional leadership of Batak Toba, a case taken from Pipang village. And I trust that he's going also to speak about the best practices of local leadership from a particular community where he researched last time, and also more importantly also about the challenges, how to integrate the national vision of sustainable development with a local leadership. So your floor is yours, Professor, and we're gonna have a discussion later on after your 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando Sihotang, and also the Anissa as the Master of Ceremony. And thank you, Dr. Asima Siahan, who invited me to be not a speaker, I think, but a teacher in this summer course. And my friend Hotlin Opusungu, have you been there on the Zoom now? Okay, thank you. Maybe we are waiting for her. And good morning, everybody. I just say was given the title or the topic traditional leadership in Batak Toba, but the case in Bius Tipang or Tipang village. Let me share my PPT. As a matter of fact, there are only two slides that I'm going to show you. First of all is the traditional leadership for social, let's say, affair, socio-cultural affair, and the second is traditional leadership on irrigations, because even though as a matter of fact they are related, but now it seems that they are separate leadership, separate, let's say, organizations. But later on, I'm going to discuss about how Bius Tipang or Tipang village has been managed to be, just say, the organizations in Tipang, and now it is co-work with Kepala Desa as a modern leadership. As far as I know, that on Lake Toba surrounding, Tipang is the only village which preserve the two leadership. Traditional leadership, which we call Raja Bius, and then modern leadership, which we call Kepala Desa. So these two, just say, organizations, these two leaderships co-work on, just say, different tasks or duties in governing Bius Tipang. Because as a matter of fact, this is not presentations, or this is not the seminar, this is not a conference, but I translate it to be, just say, a course, to be lecture. So that's why, even though I have presented to you these two slides, as a matter of fact, if Fernando Sihotang will tell me enough, as a matter of fact, five minutes, the same, are enough. But because I'm given, as a matter of fact, around 1 hour or maybe 45 minutes, so let me tell you by reading my paper. And also, one of my gratitude to Dr. Asima, who invited me to speak here or to teach in the summer course, because I have prepared already the paper. Maybe it will be sent or submitted to journal next time because of this, just say, summer course. But as a matter of fact, it is still, just say, a rule. Let me just say, read it to you. Can you see, Mr. Sihotang?
Not yet.
Too small, maybe. Too small, yeah? Maybe too small. Okay.
Yeah.
What about this? Okay. So, okay.
You're still seeing the PPT actually.
Oh, I see. Yes. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I should just say, sorry. This is technological. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Now we
Yeah.
can see it now,
Yeah.
Professor, very clearly.
Maybe to just say it's too small, but for you, because you're just say more younger than we are, I think just say you can read just read it. Okay.
It's very proper.
Okay. The title is Traditional Leadership of Batak Toba, a case of Bius Tipang. Yeah. In local language, I mean just say Batak Toba, because Batak, as a matter of fact, is divided into 5 sub-ethnics. One of them is Toba, Angkola Mandailing, Karo, Simalungun, and Pakpak Dairi. Linguistically, that Toba and Angkola Mandailing are grouped into one language, but different dialects, while Karo and Pakpak Dairi also just say are grouped in one language with different dialects, while Simalungun is in the middle, even though I may say that it is closer to Toba Angkola Mandailing language, especially those who are on Tanah Jawa, on Parapat, Sibaganding, etc. And also just say Harangau. So they are closer to just say Toba. In Batak Toba language, a village is called Bius. And in national language, it is called Desa. So Bius Tipang, as the title of my paper, in Toba Batak or in Batak Toba is called called, and in also in Indonesia Desa Tipang, or maybe can be translated into Tipang village in English, even though nowadays it is more often called Desa Tipang, even though in local communications. This is also, as a matter of fact, the change. Kepala Desa, as the modern leadership or leader in Batak Toba, it is not just said Kepala Bius or Raja Bius anymore, but Kepala Desa. So that's why even though in communication nowadays that Desa Tipang is more often just say called than Bius Tipang. Bius Tipang or Tipang village is a traditional village located in outer edge of Lake Toba area. I'm sure that most of you have just gone to Samosir. So it is not a part of Samosir Island, but it is a part of Sumatra Island. Lake Toba area is now designated by the government as one of the super priority tourist destinations in Indonesia. And since July 10th, 2020, it has been accepted by UNESCO as a member of UNESCO Global Geoparks under the name Toba Caldera Geopark. But unfortunately, maybe most of you have read the news informations that after revalidations made by UNESCO last month, that Toba Caldera Geopark got a yellow card. It was like just a warning that in this coming 2 years, it should be well managed, and then there are seven more after just say 6 more, just say 6 recommendations, and it is given 7 more recommendations to be done in this coming 2 years, up to just say 2024. Tipang village is geographically a village in Bhakti Raja district, Humbang Hasundutan Regency, of course, North Sumatra province in Lake Toba area, exactly outer edge of Lake Toba. And administratively, Bhakti Raja district, Humbang Hasundutan Regency, was previously divided into two large villages, namely Tivang village and Bakara village. But Bakara village was later expanded into 6 villages, so that Bhakti Raja district consists of 7 villages now. But even though, as a matter of fact, Bakara has been expanded into 6 villages, now the name of Bakara covering the 6 villages is still just kept in mind. So just say maybe administratively Bhakti Raja consists of 7 villages, but people still think that it consists of 2 big villages, Tipang and also just say Bakara. Those Tipang village, because it was not expanded together with the expansions of Bakara, Tipang village is one of the old villages in Bhakti Raja district, which has largest area among other villages, of course, because previously Bhakti Raja, or just say Bakara, is one village, and just say Tipang was one village. Bhakti Raja was divided, expanded into 6 villages, but Tipang still just say remains one village. Bhakti Raja is the abbreviation of Bakara Tipang, Haroroan ni Raja. So this is the abbreviations of Bhakti Raja. But as a matter of fact, when Bhakti Raja was expanded as a district, at the time there were 3 villages which were nominated to be the Bhakti Raja district. So one of them is Janji Raja, which is the part of the village in Samosir. So there were 3, as a matter of fact, Bakara, Tipang, and Janji Raja village. And they were proposed to the government, but later on the process of just say establishments of Bhakti Raja, Janji Raja just say was cancelled. So Bakara and Tipang remained to be a part of the district. And up to now, as a matter of fact, Janji Raja is the part of Samosir Regency. So that's why, as a matter of fact, Bhakti Raja was the abbreviations of Bakara, Tipang, and Janji Raja. But because Janji Raja was cancelled, they just made a new abbreviations. Bhakti Raja is Bakara, Tipang, Haroroan ni Raja. This is, as a matter of fact, historical establishments of Bhakti Raja, which was not just written, but I just know very much that there is a cancel, or there is the cut of Janji Raja, and Bakara, Tipang was the 2 villages at the time to be the part of the district. The village, I mean, Tipang, so not just say Bakara anymore, we just say go to Tipang. The Tipang village has been socio-culturally led with local wisdom. Local wisdom is a cultural values or social norms which can be used to wisely govern social life in order to create peace and improve welfare of the local community. I just say propose these definitions of local wisdoms in many of my just say paper. So local wisdom is not culture. It's not a part of the culture, but it is the content of culture, the content of cultural traditions, and the content of socio-cultural practice. So I think this is very important for us and for the, just say for the students, because this is summer course. Local wisdom is not the same as culture. Local wisdom is not the same as traditional, just say culture or cultural traditions or just say socio-cultural practice, but it is the content. So that's why local wisdom is a cultural values and social norms. When we are talking about value, we just refers to culture. But when we just refer, just say, for example, norm, we refer to just say society. So this is a cultural values and social norms which can be used to wisely govern social life in order to create peace and improve welfare of the local community. So this is the application of cultural values and social norms in social life of community, which can be applied as the indigenous knowledge is called local wisdom. Indigenous knowledge derived from the novel value of cultural traditions, or maybe from novel, just say, norm of social practice to govern the society's life order is referred to as local wisdom. So now, this is as a matter of fact, the relationship between local wisdom and indigenous knowledge. As indigenous knowledge, it is not in, just say, in practice, but it is in our mind or maybe in our heart. So local wisdom and indigenous knowledge cannot be touched, but it can be kept in our mind and also in our, just say, heart. Local wisdom is a local genius to govern, local genius and the indigenous knowledge of a local community derived from cultural traditions in order to create the peace and create welfare of community. So far, I'm going to relate local genius, indigenous knowledge, and local wisdom, but the three of them, as a matter of fact, derive from cultural value and also just say social, just say norm. Local wisdom encompasses all cultural values and social norms that can be used to solve local socio-economic problems. We say socio-economic problems. If we say economic problems, it means that it is related to the welfare of the local community. If we say just say socio, it means that there is a social norm which can be used to make the people or the local people be just say peaceful. The local wisdom applied by traditional leaders to govern the Tivang village is Marsiripa Namarhaha Marangi. Marsiripa means, let's say, mutual cooperations. So this is, as a matter of fact, the original meaning of mutual cooperations or gotong royong. As we know, gotong royong is just a Javanese language, but Marsiripa is, let's say, Batak Toba, just say, language, which means just say mutual cooperations. There are, just say, at least 14 types of Marsiripa, and one of them maybe is well known for Fernando Sihotang and also maybe for Asima. It means Marsyada Pari. It is one of the Marsiripa which is applied in the, let's say, field, Marsyada Pari. But Marsiripa is maybe in accordance with gotong royong, or maybe just say broader than gotong royong, and may we just say may be translated into mutual cooperations or mutual aid. But namarhaha marangi means brotherly. It's just say not the in small family, because I'm going to tell you later that all the native inhabitants of Tipang are just say brothers. They just say they are descendants of the two dear brothers. No, they are just ancestor. Based on the 7 surnames or clans inhabiting Tipang village, as I'm going to tell you later. People of Tipang village live farming rice fields that need irrigation very much. So irrigation is the process of supplying and providing water to rice fields and or farming land through artificial channels or traditional rivers or traditional irrigations. I do not just say tell you later about artificial channels, but we are talking about traditional just say irrigations. Both the artificial channels and traditional rivers, as a matter of fact, provide irrigation for agriculture crops. Traditional irrigation typically flows from upstream around a mountain area to downstream, draining rice fields or farming lands, especially in Tipang. Later on, I'm going to tell you there are 2 main irrigations in Tipang. One of them called Toba irrigations, Aik Toba, because it flows to Lake Toba, and one more is Aik Dolok. So irrigation, just the upper irrigations, because it was just built upper the Aik Toba. Farmers rely heavily on irrigations to fulfill the needs of their households, primary needs, business. I mean, just say the product or the harvest, which will be just say salt. The land itself, sustainability. Farmers have the freedom to choose what to grow based on professional advice and market demand. As a result, they optimize farming products related to irrigations management. There are 2 types irrigations, as I told you just now, namely traditional and modern, but we just say refer to traditional irrigations. Traditional irrigation is always managed by cultural management, or just say cultural management based on the local wisdoms, while modern irrigation is usually managed by technological management based on the local just say systems. I have to just say tell this because when we are talking about traditional just say maybe leaderships, both on the socio-cultural affairs or just say irrigations or agriculture managements, we have to just say differentiate the modern management and also the traditional management. Traditional leadership on irrigations in Tipang is managed by local wisdom Marsiripa Sihaliai. It means irrigators mutual cooperations. So as I just showed you just now that there are 2 topics, 2 things that I'm going to just discuss about the leadership in Tipang. Okay. One thing that is interesting in Tipang village is because in addition to the Kepala Desa, village head, I translate village head Kepala Desa, Raja Bius or village king still exist, cooperating in a complementary way. I say complementary way because the duty or the tax of Kepala Desa is different from the duty or the tax of Raja Bius. The village head is appointed by government, while the village king is hereditary primus inter pares. I have to say that I understand the meaning of primus inter pares in Tipang. Even though I had read or learned primus inter pares maybe 30 years ago since I was a student, but the meaning or the interpretation of primus inter pares, as a matter of fact, was got by me in Tipang. The village head handles government affairs, such as taxes and the implementations of the development from the government. So this is the text of Kepala Desa. While the village kings, Raja Bius, handles socio-cultural issues. Socio-cultural issues, such as, for example, ceremonies and social problems, social conflicts, something like that. As far as I know, only in Tifang village nowadays, at this time, Raja Bius or village king still plays a role together with the village head in Lake Toba area. There are hundreds of, just say, villages in Toba area, because there are 7 regencies in, just say, Toba Lake area. There are, just say, Humbanga Sundutan, Toba, Tapanuli Utara, Samosir, Simalungun, Karo, and Dairi. There are 7 regencies, as a matter of fact, which have, or which is saying, possess the part of the Lake Toba. But as far as I know, only in Tifang village, Raja Bius still plays a role together with Kepala Desa. The complementary traditional and modern, just say, relationship. I mean, this is the proof of the complementary traditional and modern leadership. So now let us just talk about what Bius is. As a matter of fact, it is the group of hutas, the group of traditional residences. Later on, I'm going to tell you that there are 26 hutas or traditional residences in Tipang. 26. Huta belongs to Sipuk Kahuta, early traditional residence opener. The Huta leaders generally come from the descendants of the village openers or Sipuk Kahuta as the lowest level of the village government. Although the owner of the Huta is called Sipuk Kahuta and his descendants, often people of other ancestry are allowed to live in building a house in a Huta with certain requirements. So if Anissa told us just now the requirements of this, let's say, June management, as a matter of fact, there is also requirements of Fernando Sihotang. If he's going to open a house or to build a house there, there is the requirement. Yeah. This is also a social norm, as a matter of fact. Huta has the smallest customary alliance that practices cultural performance, social norms, cultural values in the community for these between 6 to 10 households or houses, both in the implementation of traditional ceremony or performance of life cycle, and other social practices. A Huta or traditional residence is led by a Raja Huta, traditional residence king, namely the eldest who comes from the descendants of the Sipuk Kahuta, early traditional residence opener. For example, I am Sibarani. Even though I am maybe older or maybe just say more educated than them, but because I'm not the Sipuk Kahuta there, them not the descendants of the traditional residence opener, I cannot be Raja Huta there. The Huta king functions to resolve sociocultural problems, life cycle ceremonies, livelihood cycles, and other social practices on a small scale among Huta families, representing Huta residents for external affairs. Recently, the leadership of the Huta in Tipang village has become less and less involved. This is, as a matter of fact, the change. Yeah? This is challenge also. There are 7 villages that do not have a Huta king, so it is necessary to examine these changes to find out why the leaderships of the village is getting less and less. Tipang village consists of 26 Huta or traditional residences. The size of the Huta in Tipang is on average 130 times 70 square meters, consisting of 6 to 10 houses, as I taught you just now, each of which consists of one family, so that one Huta consists of 6 to 10 households. If the Huta consists of 8 houses, for example, the houses are facing each other, namely 4 houses on the left and 4 houses on the right of the entrance of the Huta, with the yard in the middle. The yard is very important, especially when it is used functionally for, just say, drying coffee, drying, just say, for example, rice, etc., or paddy. A Huta is rectangular in shape, surrounded by earthen walls planted with bamboo and or trees. However, the villages are now less and less surrounded by bamboo and wood, because maybe it is related to the global warming. So that's why it is say now less and less surrounded by bamboo and wood. The 26 Huta traditional residences which are still inhabited today are, Fernando, let me just say, show you the Huta, because maybe some of our just say students or the listeners cannot just say understand the picture of Huta. Let me just say, try to change this. Moment. Okay. So these are 26 of the say Huta in Tipang. The first is Janjinahata. Yeah, Huta Janjinahata is inhabited by the descendants of the Purba clan, Sihombing, Silaban, and other clans who came just later to Tipang village, namely the Situmorang. It is a part of the, just say, wife receivers, which we call, just say, buru. And then number 2, I mean the Huta number 2, and this is the picture, Sibatuloting, is inhabited by descendants of Lumbanturuan clan. This is the Huta. And then Batu Gajah, this one, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, maybe like, let's say, maybe last time it was 10 houses inhabited by, just say, Purba. And then Pasaribu is inhabited by descendants of the Pasaribu clan, and this is also, just say, Buru, or the wives, just say, receivers of the 7 clan there. And Lobusona by the descendants of Manalu clan. And then also, just say, Lubang Pinasa by descendants of Manalu also. Yeah. And then, just say, Sosorjulu by descendants of Simamora. Yeah. If we say Simamora, keep in mind it is, just say, the Bataraja. Yeah. I'll tell you later about, just say, the 7 clans there. And then also Tanding, Huta Tanding is inhabited by descendants of Simamora clan. and then Luban Manalu, also by just say Manalu clan, and then Pariaan, yeah, you know, just say by descendants of the Manalu, you know, the Huta was just say let's say consisted of less and less houses. Sirukungan, yeah, by just say Nababan and Hutasoit, you may see the old just say house. And Pakardari, inhabited by Purba clan, and Saritonang by just say Nababan, and then Sudol by just say Hutasoit clan, and Lumban Mangabing by Manalu clan, and also Hutasoit by just say Hutasoit clan, and Aiksipohol by just say Manalu, and then Banjardolok by Nababan, and Lumban Panahat by just say Purba, and then just say Kobun, Huta Kobun is by just say Nababan, and Huta Simarmata, Luba Simarmata by just say Simarmata clan, Boru, and then Lumban Purba by just say Purba, Sigalagala by Purba, Lumban Jior by just say Hutasoit, and Lumban Sapean by just say Silaban, and one more just say Huta is Huta Pangaloan, and Lumban just say now by just say Nababan. So each Huta, as a matter of fact, has Raja Huta. It means that the king or the leader from the traditional just say residence. Let us just say next. In the last decades, the constructions of a new house has shifted to the side of the road, which is closer to the transportation road access, so that the house has been outside the Huta traditional, just say, as traditional residence. The houses are no longer built in a one square Huta with houses lined up and facing each other, having two gates, namely the entrance gate from the east and the exit gate towards the west in some areas in Toba, or the entrance gate from the mountain direction and the exit gate on the other side, as we just say find also in Tipang. Okay, Fernando, how many just say minutes left?
Can we end the presentation in 5 minutes, Professor?
In 5 minutes, okay. Okay,
Yes,
so this is the second leadership. This is the second leadership. As I just say, told you just now, the leadership of just say in just say upper level. You know? Socio-cultural changes are also seen in the traditional residences of the people in Tipang village. Village leadership has undergone a change. In the past, the Tipang village was only led by Rajabius, kings of village, on a primus inter pares, first among equals, basis with the requirements of the local wisdom. Rajabius is led by the duo Parsanggul Baringin and Pangulo Loan. It is not just say, as a matter of fact, the head and the vice, but this is the co-leaders. Parsanggul Baringin is elder from the first clan of Toga Simamora's children, namely it must be Purba. He must be Purba. While Pangulo Loan is the elder from the first clan of Toga Sihombing children, that's why it must be Silaban. These two people who lead the Tipang Bius or Tipang village to handle village affairs, including life cycle ceremonies, life cycle in activities, and village just say development. The duo of the kings of Bius is determined on the basis of primus inter pares, the first or the elder of the equals, which was determined from generation to generations. The requirement for the elder or first to become a dual kings of village Parsangkulubaringen and Panguluoluan, representing the group is the first clan of the clan group. And the parameter is the competence of Harajaon, or the, just say, authority of the king as the leader, namely Raja di Pagkatayon, like a king in his speech, Raja di Parpahean, like a king in this dress, and Raja di Pangalaho, like a king in this behavior. And as I told you just now, since Indonesia independence, Tipang village has been formally led by a village head who has been formally appointed by the government with the requirements determined by the government. The village head and the village secretary are determined by the government by means of an election mechanisms and determinations of a decree. The election of the village head and secretary is carried out directly by the people, which is then determined through a decree. But just say, let me say that yes, the leadership of the Rajabius King's village started from the Raja Huta, as I told you just now, so that there was recognition of the Huta leadership to sit in leaderships of Rajabius. Because the alliance of Huta traditional residences form bius or village in Tipang, naturally all of the Raja Huta who represented the 7 clans become kings of Jolo, or the leading figures in the leadership Raja Bius. So the 7 clans are Purba, Manalu, Debata Raja, the sons of Toga Simamora, while Silaban, Luban Turuan, Nababan, and Hutasoit are the sons of the Toga Sihombing. So that's why there are 7 clans who live in Tipang, especially in 26 Huta or traditional residences. The last, I think, because our time is, let's say, limited. So now the last one is the traditional leadership of irrigations at Tipang village. The local community has practiced and inherited the cultural management of traditional irrigation at Tipang village, etc. They practice and inherit management of irrigations. And this is, as a matter of fact, the 7 surnames, the 7 clans in Tipang. Siraja Sumba II, or the second Siraja Sumba, has 2 sons, Toga Simamora and Toga Sihombing. Toga Simamora, just say, has 3 just say sons, Purba, Manalu, Debata Raja. So if there is a surname Simamora now, it is Debata Raja. And then also Toga Sihombing, he had 4 sons, Silaban, Luban Turuan, Nababan, and Hutasoit. And usually Sihombing nowadays is used for Luban Turuan. I don't know whether Marlon Sihombing and then let's say another Sihombing in this group. I'm sure that they are Luban Turuan, because let's say that's usually like that. But if they just say their ancestor has moved from just say there from the just say Kumbaka Sundutan, sometimes Nababan also say Sihombing, like in Lagubuti. Okay, what about just say the leadership in irrigations? There are leading there are 7 leading irrigations also, 1 for each clan. But the irrigation workers or irrigators are just made like this. Should be 10, 10, 10 from Toga Simamora, 30, and then 30 also from just Toga Sihombing with 8, 8, 7, 7. So they called Sionopulu Sihaliai. It means that 60 who are responsible for irrigations. And they just say work one just say annually, and they make just say ritual and traditions, which is called Sihali now. Mga tonida Sporhis, that is ritual, and there is one inviter. They say Farhara. Maybe the translation is not so good because they are not only just say to have duty to invite, but maybe to coordinate one for each. Just say now Toga Simamora and Toga Siombe. I think that's all. As a teacher, as a lecturer, if Fernando tell me to stop in 5 minutes, this is my this is my paper in 10 minutes or 5 minutes. So maybe 2.5 minutes here and 2.5 minutes to say here. But if Fernando say, oh no, it must be one day because it is related to your honorable money, for example, I can make in 1 day, something like that. Okay, thank you. I just say return the floor to you, Fernando. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. May I invite you all participants to have a clap for our professor to have very remarkable presentation and lectures. And yes, Professor, I wanted this presentation to be held for not 1 day but 2 days because I found a lot of interesting parts. I am Batakoba, but I just learned about what you just talked just now.
Fernando, I know, Fernando, maybe Asima BC has heard it. On the 29 and 30 of September, we just go sipping and seminar around Lake Toba.
Okay.
Yeah, sipping with the, I don't know, kapal pesiar yang pertama itu. I think this is the first kapal pesiar, and we go there. Of course, I'm going to say that we have to stop at Tipang and Bakara. And I'm going to introduce, as a matter of fact, to the 40 participants. I welcome Professor Johannes Matupang. I just say he's my friend from University of Jambi, Dr. Asima, and he's in Faculty of Economics, but now he is interested also in culture and tourism. Okay, the floor for is for you, Fernando.
Thank you, Professor. One of the many interesting parts I highlight from Professor Robert's presentation is about traditional irrigations, which I interlink with the food security, job security, because the good traditional irrigation can also help the community to improve the good agricultural practices, which is good for producing crops like paddy and other staple crops. I think that's part of what sustainable development goals is going to admire. So, Professor, I would like to invite one or two, because due to the limited time, I invite 1 or 2 questioners from participants if you have something to clarify or maybe to ask for. Yeah. Does anybody want to make questions or respond to what Professor Robert just presented?
Just say before there is maybe 1 or 2 participants who are going to ask questions. I'm going to tell you that Professor Johannes Matupang, of course he is Matupang, but just say his mother, Sihombing, is it right, Prof. Johannes? Yeah, and there is also Tunggul Sihombing and Marlon Sihombing, maybe here. Yeah.
Excuse me, Fernando.
Yes. Nomor ibu berapa rupanya?
Fernando. Fernando.
Who is speaking? I need to check. Yeah, just speak. Who is actually speaking? Yes, please, Professor Johannes Matupang.
Yeah, thank
Yes,
you.
the floor is yours.
Yeah, it's my precious time for Mr. Robert remind me about my mother. Yeah, my mother is Utara, but it's belong to Sihombing. But the key point here is how is traditional leadership and modern leadership be complement each other. And now it's contextually to me for I involved in Geopark Merangin. Geopark Merangin is the new geopark in Sumatra. The problem is how to make complement what the villagers do to their forest. For example, the community prepare the forest to be pohon asu. In English, it's called adapted trees. And the villagers receive money from their activity. But when we discuss about the modern leadership, the official thing, all the forest is belong to their authority. So there is a conflict between the traditional leadership, which I call indigenous leadership, with the modern leadership, which we call it official, para pejabat. Nah, so when we discuss the Geopark Merangin, UNICEF need the requirements, need that the two kind of leadership should be complement each other. Maybe there is an experience from Tipang that we can note how should indigenous leadership to be complement each other to decide how in my case forest should be managed in terms of geopark interest. Thank you, Fernando.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. But before Professor Robert for the statement or response from Professor Johannes Matupang, there's also one of the questions I would like to choose from the chat box coming from raised by Audia Shifa. But apologize for other participants who I cannot read all the questions because due to the limited time. But I think you can connect directly with Professor later on by WhatsApp or email. So Audia Shifa asks, is there a possibility for general public to visit the traditional residence that you just talked, Professor, and if not possible for the general public or for the public to visit the village, the place, the location, how to introduce culture to the outside community, to the outsiders, so they can get to know the culture of the residents or the people there. Yeah, the floor is yours, Professor. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Johannes Matupang. As far as I got the informations and learned or studied in Tipang, there are, as a matter of fact, two complementary way or leadership in Tipang. I do not want to say the conflict, just say leadership, but I just say, or debatable, just say leadership, even though as a matter of fact, in some cases, they are not in accordance. They do not just say work together. But I think to say, if we are going to make the border, we can make, for example, that modern leadership just say governed by Kepala Desa and just say secretary and also maybe the board of the Kepala Desa. As a matter of fact, they work based on regulations from the government. We say from the positivisms of law, as a matter of fact. But in traditional, just say, leadership or Raja Huta or Raja Bius, as a matter of fact, they work based on the local wisdom, the cultural value, which is not just written, and also the social norm, which is not written. So in some forests, for example, in Toba, we try to make like this. There is a regulations that this is the, for example, the possessions of the government or hutan lindung, etc. But just say the people can go there as far as it can, just say, enhance their welfare or their income, but without, just say, without breaking or without, just say breaking the regulation, something like that. So there is a regulation. This is our, for example, or this is our forest. This is our, just say, village, or this is our, for example, farming, something like that. But you can go there to get the product, or to get, just say, something like madu. There is a madu. They can just say go there to get the for example, the something which can make to, which can be to enhance their income, something like that. So this is, as a matter of fact, the complementary for that. So there is sustainability of the forest, and also the people, or the, just say, traditional leadership can go there to make their local community have prosperity, something like that. So we say that modern leadership is based on regulations of the government or positivisms of law, while traditional, just say, leadership is based on local wisdom or cultural value and social norm. That's why I highlighted just now the meaning of the local wisdom. Local wisdom, it must be used to enhance the prosperity or welfare, or to, just say, create the peace to the society. So this is, as a matter of fact, the complementary, even though, as a matter of fact, sorry to say, that as a matter of fact, in traditional leadership also is still a little problem now for me, for us academicians in Tipang, because it was already just say broken into, or expanded. I say expanded to make just a positive meaning. It was expanded already to be Raja Napitu and Raja Nawalu. So now, as a matter of fact, I try to make the something like the way to make the compromise. I say Tipang Sipitu Marga. I mean Tipang, the 7 surnames, 7 clans, gitu. So I make a new concept now, and I go to, just say, Raja Nawalu, I go to Raja Napitu, as a matter of fact. Even though, as a matter of fact, Raja Napitu was, just say, already, no, was, to say, established maybe hundreds years ago, while Raja Nawalu still 30 years ago, something like that. But how to make, just say, peace as a matter of for them. And I make the new concept now, Raja Sipitu Marga, Tipang Sipitu Marga, because Tipang, as a matter of fact, the native inhabitants of the 7 surnames. And then also, for example, the relationship between Kepala Desa and Raja Bius, because usually Kepala Desa has a degree, maybe the inaugurations of high school, something like that. But they say Raja Bius not like that, but they understand all social affairs, and they are, just say, hereditary primus inter pares. It means that the eldest of the eldest, or the first from the eldest. That's why it must be Purba as Persanggul Baringin and Silaban as, say, Panguduluan. It is not said kepala desa dan sekretaris, something like that, but pangulu-uluan and also just say persanggul baringin. And I think because in the chat there is also what is traditional leadership. I may say that traditional leadership comes from the Huta leadership. Huta is just say the sequarian shape, which consists of maybe 6 to 10 houses, and there is a Raja Huta there. And then from the Raja Huta, for example, from this 26 Raja Huta, it will be just say established Raja Horja, yeah, and some Raja Horja into be just say Raja Bius. But Raja Bius should be Purba and Silaban, both in Raja Bius for social affairs, socio-cultural affairs, and for traditional affairs. But the two, just say Raja Bius, the two duo, for example, kings in Tipang are established from the 7 leading, just say kings. Yeah, maybe just say, let me say in Indonesia to make it clear for you. Ada 7 klan di sana yang saya sebutkan tadi. Masing-masing itu ada rajanya. Berarti 7. Dari 7 ini diambil 2. Begitu dia. Tapi dimulai dari Raja Huta, baru Raja Horja, baru dia Raja Bius. Fortunately, yang menyenangkannya, saya melihat bahwa makin lama itu makin co-work between Kepala Desa and Raja Bius. I think that is my just explanations to Prof. Johannes and also to the questioners.
Yes, thank you, Professor. Appreciate a lot for your interesting and very enlightening presentation and also statement of responses to what the participants just raised a few minutes ago. So I invite all the participants to send our clap to our professor, distinguished lecturer for the session. And actually, to be honest, Professor, I wish I could listen to your presentation maybe just not only for 1 hour, but for 2 days.
Yes.
So I can learn more about your research. But for participants, we can read and explore some of the Professor Robert's publications on website. You just browse on Google and then you'll find some related publication about what.
And I have sent the paper, the material to Dr. Asima, and it can be just say, even though as a matter of fact, it is not finished yet, but it can be just say distributed. And I hope that there is a feedback or response also just say from reading the paper. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. Yes, thanks for sending the paper, but I would like to encourage and also to warn to remind the participants that as Professor says, is not completely researched yet. You can just read, but please do not circulate the paper. Okay, thank you, Professor. Looking forward to reading your paper, and I give now floor to MC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. We would like to give our appreciation to Professor Dr. Robert Sibarani, MS, as one of the summer course speakers. Thank you. To Dr. Anda Asmayanti, MA, PhD, we welcome you to give our certificate.
Thank you, Professor Robert Sibarani. It is encouraging that our professors support this program, and I really learned a lot from your presentation. It is very detailed, and I'm glad that your findings is almost similar with my findings, but I related to the how they deal with disaster and resilience. I'm going to read in detail for your papers, because now I get more insights to it. And Professor Robert Sibarani, actually, we have live streaming and they have many questions forwarded to you, but sorry, there are limited time. So I will forward it to you, coming from other parts of Indonesia, and I think they can communicate with you. This is the importance of this forum, not just presenting, but we have like inputs and comments, and it is very, very interesting. And Pak Robert, we will also visit Tikbang. I also got this information from you for our study field, so we can meet there with the head of views and we can ask them and we learn about their local knowledge. And Professor Robert Sibarani, thank you again. I hereby give you just a token of our appreciation to your excellent work. May you receive it with joy, and we wish you the best with your work. And apology because the time is limited. Maybe we can have other forum because we can bring this local knowledge of our Toba Batak and Obata people and include many disciplines. From, for example, for me, from public administration, for economic, it will be very great. And because also Professor Witri has already joined. Sorry, Professor, for this time. And again, Professor Robert Sibarani, thank you very much. And we give you our appreciation, highest appreciation. Thank you.
With pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, MC. Thank you, Fernando. It's just a short notice. We are glad, Professor, this is our alumni. I always keep maintain relationship with them, and he got many scholarship, has hard work. And thank you. He's responded very positively in just short notice because the moderator is sick in Medan now. He's sick now. Thank you, Fernando. You have done excellent job. Thank you very much. And we will see you again in this session, Professor Witri. Thank you. Back to you, Anissa.
Okay, thank you. And for our next session, I will return it to our moderator, Mr. Fernando. Welcome you.
Yes, may I have 1 or 2 minutes? Yeah, 1 minute to rearrange my monitor. Yeah. Yes. Yes, we are now. I mean, the time is 20 past 10. So that means we're gonna finish the second session in 1 hour. So 11:20. Yeah, 11:20. So thank you, Mbak Nita, for introducing me again for this for the second section. I know some of you have read the PR, the observation of this summer course. You may have assumed who is going to speak for this session, and I will introduce very briefly who she is. A professor, Dr. Suwirsi, MSc. Yes, she's a lecturer. Yes, she's a lecturer, professor for University of Diponegoro in Semarang. Yes, he has educational background, public administration for bachelor degree at the University of Diponegoro, master degree at Jayamara University, for doctorate degree, Brawijaya University in Malang, and yes, she has a lot of professional scientist expertise training, certifications from various different institutions such as Lemhanas Institute and then community and many others, community or forum like in Taiwan and other countries. And she has also a lot of teaching backgrounds of the public policy, public administration studies, and even some bringing some upbringing at the theory of administration at different university at university. At different university, and she has a lot of she has also some not some but a lot of research and publication work in policy and public policy in particular, and also public service. So you can read all her portfolio, resume, uh, which is going to be shared by the local committee. So the title of the presentation of Professor Suyuti will be on agile leadership on BUCA. Some of you probably have heard about this terminology towards Indonesia post modern civilization. So let me assume what is VUCA. VUCA is volatility, uncertainty, and complexity and ambiguity. So Professor Suyuti will explain more about that in her 30. Can we make it your presentation 30 minutes, Professor, so we can have a lot of opportunities for questions and answers afterwards. Your floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Fernando, and all. I will share my PPT. Wait a minute. Could see my PPT for all?
Yes, we can see it. Professor.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This is Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Rahayu. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start this presentation, let me introduce myself. Although Mr. Fernando introduced me. My name is Sri Switri, a professor of public administration from Diponegoro University. And today, I would like to present my presentation entitled Agile Leaderships on Future Toward Indonesia Postmodern Civilization. First of all, let me convey my greetings to Rector of North Sumatera University and all the staff members, the Dean, Faculty of Social and Political Science and staff members, the Chairman and Committee of Summer Course, and all the structural officers involved, both of lecturer and staffs involved. And all of speakers and moderator, Mr. Fernando Sihotan, and for all of participants from all of the world. All of you hear the sound?
Yes, very clear.
Now, leadership in Indonesia and the government have a new challenges. What about new challenges of leadership in Indonesia? Leadership and government. What do Indonesia face nowadays, especially into Indonesia's leaderships? We have known all of this condition in the world on this global era isn't an easy way. Facing various conditions, various transformation conditions ran rapidly in the world. So there become a new challenges, but of the public manager and leadership in addition. They have to build governance, developing governance, as well as become an example of good governance achievement by policy network. Therefore, if all of those are developing governments, in other, the challenge nowadays is achieving good governance by policy network. Previously, they had to be inclusive, both of character and attitudes, building a leadership style that could be inclusive, participative, democracy, equality, and negotiation as well. But now, it is not only inclusive, participative, democracy, equality, negotiation, and consensus, but also should be added to the visionary, performance-based, effective, efficient, competitive, transparency, and network. Then, what is the challenge today? What's now? Both of the world and Indonesia leadership. The challenge on the continuity of achieving good governance by policy network, such as achieving agile governance on a future. Moreover, these efforts are not only to be visionary, performance-based, effective, efficient, competitive, transparency, and network, but also they have to be transformed, becoming a quick response attitude. Life's necessity compliance, information technology, mastering information technology, as well as to be competitive. What about Indonesia? Indonesia surely to do so. Let we discuss one by one. What is agile? New public administration and new public management nowadays positioning into a new paradigm called as agile governance on future. Agile governance on future. It has to be explained early about innovation with agile. Is that correct? What's different innovation with agile? In the past time, Public managers face challenges such as follow developing governance and inclusive, participative, democracy, equality, negotiation, and consensus. Those are targeted by visionary, performance-based, effective, efficient, competitive, transparency, and network. And the other is achieving good governance by policy network, visionary, performance-based, effective, efficient, competitive, and transparency network. And those are targeted by quick response, life necessity compliance, information technology, competitive, that is agile governance in the future. So leadership nowadays requires not only innovation, but also has to be steadfast, open, transformation, as well as in a few goal condition. Innovation is the changing to the better way, the better way against changing achievement. The view goal is fatality. For example, when this is euphoria, people are so excited, welcome joy. But on the other hand, there is also ambiguity. That is there is euphoria, fatiguing, some commit acts of anarchy. Uncertainty nowadays, the weather is so hot. It suddenly rains. The weather is getting hotter as well. And the high necessities prices. Or there are also many examples. Then complexity, everything becomes complex, wax is large. The public has to be able to vote in the state of uncertainty, as well as asked to vote on the right information. Leaders has to watch how the community is so as not to get sucked into the news. The ambiguity or complexity, uncertainty, and fatality of recklessness leads to a violation of ethics and customs. That is agile on the future. Agile, the organization ability to respond an exact way in uncontrolled changing aims to fulfill demand and necessity for the complexity communities. In the beginning, leaders have to be able to innovate, but also it's not only innovation, but also be steadfast. If innovation is the changing to the better way against changing achievement, but agile is a leader that has to be the organization ability to respond, quick respond, and execute in uncontrolled changing aims to fulfill demand and necessity for the complexity communities. What are complexity communities? Interest question. What is complexity communities or confused communities? What is fuga? That is fuga. Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity in the society. How Indonesia leadership, Indonesia and government leader and Indonesia leadership and government classify as an agile on VUCA. Do you believe? Let's prove to us. After BMKG, via digital information technology, notification announced about El Nino attack Indonesia in August 2023. So, Indonesia government builds water infrastructure and introducing new varieties of rice. The name of new varieties of rice in Parigema. And all policies are carried out through social media, and social media has an impact on policy expansion. The government strategy through the Ministry of Agriculture is dealing with the El Nino phenomenon. The strategies to enhance food security in the face of climate change and El Nino due to national resilience will be performed through food security and agriculture that can withstand climate change and El Nino. The Indonesian government has national resilience in the field of food security through agriculture that is capable of addressing climate change and El Nino. So that the Indonesian government has become an agile smart governance and is able to overcome future because El Nino. So look at the videos, threats and challenges of the El Nino phenomenon.
Kepala Badan Meteorologi, Klimatologi, dan Geofisika, Wikorita Karnawati menyampaikan, Indeks El Nino Southern Oscillation atau ENSO telah melewati tahap netral. Fase ENSO netral telah terlewati pada bulan Maret hingga April 2023 lalu. Lantas, memasuki bulan Juni ini semakin berkembang ke arah El Nino positif. Hal ini menandakan ancaman El Nino atau naiknya suhu permukaan air laut di Indonesia semakin nyata. Tak hanya itu, kekeringan juga berpotensi terjadi di Indonesia. Hal ini disebabkan adanya Indian Ocean Dipole atau IOD yang semakin menguat ke arah positif. Pada bulan Juni 2023, pergerakan ENSO dan IOD menguat ke arah positif. Hal ini mempengaruhi kondisi Indonesia yang menjadi semakin kering dibandingkan fenomena El Nino atau IOD positif yang terjadi sendiri. Wikorita menyebut suhu atau temperatur anomali di Samudra Pasifik ini semakin meningkat, bahkan saat ini mencapai angka 0,8 telah dekat dengan 1 derajat Celcius. Jika suhu meningkat hingga mencapai angka 1 derajat Celcius, maka akan terjadi El Nino moderat. Potensi terjadinya El Nino moderat pada bulan Juni menyentuh 80%. Angka tersebut meningkat dari prediksi bulan Maret 2023, yakni sebesar 60%. Meski BMKG memprediksi El Nino di bulan Juni 2023 masih tetap lemah, namun tak menutup kemungkinan akan menguat usai bulan Juni 2023. Oleh karena itu, masyarakat diharapkan waspada adanya potensi curah hujan di bawah normal pada September 2023. Sementara pada September nanti, potensi curah hujan di bawah normal atau masuk dalam kategori sangat rendah. Pada 2019 lalu, Indonesia mengalami fenomena El Nino dan IOD positif secara bersamaan. Hal ini memicu kebakaran hutan di sejumlah wilayah Indonesia. Pada tahun itu, menjadi tahun dengan jumlah kasus karhutla tertinggi dengan kekeringan yang parah selama Juli hingga Oktober.
Based on the official website of the Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics Agency, or BMKG, El Nino is phenomenon of warming sea surface temperature, (SML), above normal conditions that occurs in the central to Eastern Pacific Ocean. In Semarang now, 36 to 37. How on there, Ms. Asima, similarly with the temperature degree with Semarang?
Yeah, Bu. Yes. I think this is warm here, but now it's raining.
Yes.
Professor, Jakarta is very hot and very polluted.
Yeah, I think and head of BMKG Dwi Korita announced that El Nino will hit Indonesia. The impact will be hot temperature and drought. This impact will be very severe for the agricultural sector and food security. This is a future condition for the Indonesian government so that agile smart governance is required in dealing with climate change and El Nino. Knowing this, the Minister of Agriculture, in dealing with the El Nino phenomenon, which strengthened water infrastructure, and he expected that the agricultural sector will be strong sector in Indonesia to face the El Nino. So we saw the videos about the Minister of Agriculture, government with water infrastructure as strategy to deal with El Nino.
Ya, Kementerian Pertanian terus mengedukasi para petani dengan inovasi-inovasi terbaru dan unggulan agar bisa mencapai target lumbung pangan dunia pada tahun 2045.
Selain itu, Kementerian Pertanian juga terus menggenjot produksi petani untuk mengantisipasi dampak dari El Nino atau musim panas di tahun 2023 ini.
Pada gelaran Pekan Nasional Petani Nelayan ke-16, Kementerian Pertanian memamerkan padi varietas Impari Gemah dengan karakteristik perak produktivitas tinggi. Varietas ini hasil inovasi Kementan yang dirancang untuk lahan irigasi, namun adaptif pada lahan tada hujan maupun lahan marginal lainnya. Potensi hasil Impari Gemah dapat mencapai 10,46 ton per hektar, dengan rata-rata hasil 7,75 ton per hektar. Menurut Direktur Perbenihan Direktorat Jenderal Tanaman Pangan Kementan, Yudi Sastro, varietas ini masih perlu diperkenalkan lagi secara lebih luas, sehingga menjadi salah satu pilihan dalam berbudidaya padi, khususnya padi varietas perak. petani bisa beralih dari varietas lokal berproduktivitas rendah ke impari gemah.
Jadi di sini kita mendisplaykan inovasi teknologi varietas unggul baru. Dan kebetulan di sini di Sumatera Barat yang karakteristik padinya itu adalah padi atau beras perang. Dan di sini ada impari gemah. Yang impari gemah ini varietas unggul nasional, produktivitasnya tinggi, tetapi sesuai dengan preferensi masyarakat di Sumatera Barat. Jadi sebenarnya ini dirakit khusus untuk sawah irigasi, tetapi dia bisa baik juga ditanam di lahan sawah, rawa, kemudian juga tak ada hujan yang kemungkinan misalnya jumlah air yang ada terbatas.
Sekretaris Direktorat Jenderal Tanaman Pangan Kementan, Bambang Pamuji berharap edukasi yang dilakukan di pameran ini bisa diterapkan di daerah masing-masing karena banyak hasil produksi pertanian unggul yang sangat cocok di daerah.
Pameran yang diselenggarakan di ini yang diikuti oleh provinsi dan kabupaten seluruh Indonesia termasuk ATNA di Indonesia. Tema besar kita adalah mitigasi adaptasi iklim 2023. Semoga di dalam pameran ini menampilkan berbagai model antisipasi perubahan iklim.
Dengan edukasi padi unggul ini, masyarakat petani Indonesia bisa memanfaatkan di daerah masing-masing. Jika masyarakat bisa menanam padi unggul, tidak mustahil target Indonesia menjadi lumbung pangan dunia tahun 2045 akan tercapai. Dari Padang, Sumatera Barat, Bonar Harahap, Metro TV.
Professor, can you take your presentation in 10 minutes?
Oh, okay.
Yes, you have 10 minutes left.
It's very long time, but okay. The Ministry of Agriculture conducting technological innovation research to find drought-resistant rice, and also empower farmers with education to plant rice in Parigema. Okay. That is the videos, but
Dalam rangka menghadapi dan mengantisipasi ancaman kemarau
I continue to next slide. About organizational evolution. Organizational evolution. We have a classic period with trade theories where the good leadership character decided is successful, and behavior period leadership with behavior theory. The behavioristic character to behavioristic theory in the classic area appears on trade theory. In the behavioristic area appears in the behavioristic theory. In the contingency area appears on contingency theory. In the situational condition area appears on situational theory. Effective leadership depends on staff maturity situational. And nowadays, we are on the contemporary period. What kind of leadership needed? What condition expected? We facing contemporary period, the leadership facing a knowledge-driven work and temporal coordination and global virtual team because the situational disperse with different place and asynchronous implemented in different time and communication technology asynchronous. So Indonesia leadership classified as an agile on future governance with transforming digital governance based on knowledge-driven works governance. Let's prove to us. Example of innovation public service as Indonesian digital transformation governance. Public service is in the form of various advertisement, such as leaflet, banner about how to pay land and building taxes in Semarang city. Look at the picture. Look at the picture. She is a mayor of Semarang. Mbak Ita, Sister Ita, promotes the issue to paying taxes through Indonesian digital transformation governance. Facing future conditions, leadership and government Indonesia must also have a triangle strategy. That is triangle strategy. For an example, triangle strategy in Indonesia leaderships and governance promoting tourism. Indonesia leadership and government has been blessed by creating diverse of public value, such as follows tourism, culture, religion, local language, traditional custom, economy, pandemic controlling, and the strength unity country achievement goals. Let's prove to us.
It's not just wonderful. Not just wonderful.
I continue. Next slide. Both of videos, traditional customs and caricature shows the Indonesian government by attention to public values, namely local wisdom. That is a strategy triangle in Indonesia leadership and government promoting tourism. And what, let alone the challenges of Indonesian leadership and governance, that is Indonesia as an archipelago island, extending from Sabah, more than 70,504 islands, with the broad land amount 1,901,578.868 geographical position among two continents made, with amount 260 million lives, total societies, 38 provinces, 520 districts or cities, and 896,994 sub-districts and 82,253 districts or villages. It's a big country. With religion diversities, 1,128 ethnics based on BBS data, language and culture, and the last satellite show among 17,504 islands. Indonesia shows have a diversities, culture, custom, language, race, ethnic, and religion. So Indonesia have a Garuda Pancasila, state from Article 36A, Garuda Pancasila, and as a country identity with the motto called Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. The basic similarities of ideology, regulation, national standardization, country's flag, language, and national anthem, the Youth Pledge, and etc. That is the Youth Pledge. Acknowledge one motherland, Indonesia. Acknowledge to be one nation, the nation of Indonesia. Uphold the language of unity, Indonesia. The content material of the legislations have to characterize an ideology, unity in diversity, Article 6, Section 1, a letter of the legislation number 12 in 2011. So, Indonesian classify as an agile on figure governance, transforming digital governance based on knowledge-driven works governance, strategic triangle for local wisdoms governance, and unity in diversity governance. Very interesting, unity in diversity governance, or Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Let's prove to us.
ASEAN has been an important factor for unity in a divided world. And we need this more than ever in a world that is increasingly multipolar and that requires strong multilateral institutions to go with it, based on equity, solidarity, and universality. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, unity in diversity, is not only Indonesia's national motto, it is the key to forging a better future for all.
In the video, General Secretary of United Nations declared Bhinneka Tunggal Ika is the key to forging a better future for all. So, Indonesia leaderships and government classify as an agile on future governance, transforming digital governance based on knowledge-driven works governance, strategic triangle for local wisdom's governance, and unity in diversity governance. That is the all of leadership in Indonesia, a leadership wake-up call. What's a leadership wake-up call? A leadership wake-up call. Nowadays, discussing about strategy should be related on innovation and organization. Changing where these conditions should include as follows: bureaucracy, organization, environmental changing, and organization innovation, and at the future phenomenon. The leadership that is suitable for this condition with agile on the future is leadership wake-up call. A leadership wake-up call contributes to a successful organization. Is it talented, knowledgeable people plus innovative products? That's a great start, but something vital is missing from this equation. More and more corporations around the world recognize that in order to gain a competitive advantage, they also need to make sure their people know how to handle themselves at work and how to relate with their customers and peers. Showing empathy and optimism to extreme self-awareness to knowing what's going on around them. These vital competencies are an integral part of progressive organization. And now the conclusion. Sorry. The conclusion. How does Indonesia leadership achieves Indonesia in postmodern civilization? 1. Agile on future. 2. Transforming digital governance based on knowledge-driven work. 3. Strategic triangle for local wisdom. 4. Unity in diversity. 5. Leadership wake-up call. Here is my presentation today about agile leaderships on future toward Indonesia postmodern civilization. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for all. And for the last time, thank you for Mr. Fernando Sihotang. Please welcome to Mr. Fernando Sihotang. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Best wishes, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Rahayu.
Assalamualaikum Rahayu. Thank you for giving your presentation in a timely manner. I appreciate that. So we have 15 minutes left for questions and answers. I invite all the participants to raise the questions, but we have already 3 questions in the chat box that I'd like to read for all of us and also for the professor to give some responses to those questions or responses. So the first question comes from Utara from USM. He said that he was asking how to develop an agile VUCA leadership among local leaders who are not agile but still preserving their authentic culture. Yes, the second question comes from Mark Lister Samortin. Yes, he said that the public sector organization has actually been ingrained bureaucratic culture that values hierarchy. So the bureaucratic normally values the hierarchical culture, formal processes, and tending to risk to avoid the risk. So agile principles normally adapt the adaptability and also the centralized decision making, which may potentially clash with the culture, which is making difficult to implement the agile practice, as you say, Professor. So the question he raised: how can agile principles be effectively tailored and integrated within the bureaucratic culture in numerous public sector organizations? And what will be the specific strategies or your recommendations to facilitate this seamless implementation? Third questions from Aldi Wiganda. He raised a question. What are the main differences between the traditional approach and agile approaches in addressing VUCA change? Thank you, Professor. I think these 3 questions first you can make response to, and then if we have time, and then we can invite other participants to raise your questions or responses. Thank you. The floor is yours, Professor. Yeah, I think they are very interesting questions, Professor. Yes.
A question in the chat. From Alice Juwita Purba and Maklista Semortin about agile VUCA principles. And the next question, what are main difference between traditional approach and agile approach? From Maklista Semortin, agile principles be effectively? How can agile principles be effectively? I can answer for all the question with when answered. Agile principle, when the leadership follows the condition situational in the world and the agile principle, the leadership must be great in nation. I remember about theory of political culture from Kabir Almond. A political culture for Kabir Almond, from Kabir Almond said leadership in the world have 3 levels for implementation the leadership's attitude. First level is system. System consists of pride in nation. All of citizens in the country must be pride in nation. Batak pride with traditional Batak, and Javanese pride with Javanese traditional, such as custom, language, or dance, traditional dance, or culinary, traditional food. After pride in nation, the country, the people, all of the people, citizens at the country have a local identity. Batak, Ambon, Papua, Javanese, Borneo, Kalimantan, Ambon, etc. The strength of local identity support to national identity. And after a country have a national identity, so legitimation and public policy very strong and focus to public interest. And second level, participant of public very strong. At 3 levels is the political very stable, and the average policy support to public interest. That is the principle to implementation leadership with agile on future. I think the 3 answer I has answered. It's correct?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Professor, for your responses. Actually, I'm not the one who can make a real response to what your statement about the questions. But if any of you who raised the questions previously feel that your questions have been responded, or whether responded or not, then you can raise and also unmute your microphone for 1 or 2 minutes to make some clarification if you think it is necessary. But there's another question. I think this will be the last question. We have 2 questions from Ella Winta.
Ella Winta.
Yeah, Ella Winta and Herunisa. Ella Winta asked, she was raising about her concern about that there are in some areas of Indonesia the areas have not received yet the adequate air infrastructure components to deal with El Nino effect in terms of climate change. So what do you think, in your perspective, what causes this to happen in North America? The last question, last but not the least question, from Kairunisa: how leaders can ensure that their policy and action align with society needs and address complex issues such as inequality, climate change, and the planet? Please, Professor, for your response. Thank you.
Thank you for Ella Winta. Where's your area? Where's your area, Ella Winta?
Ibu Ella Winta,
at the Medan?
Yeah.
Medan? In the Medan? Or
where do you domicile, Ibu Ella?
I think okay, it's nothing, no problem. Miss Ella Winta, Borumanix. I don't know you still areas in Indonesia, but in several Indonesia, several of Java Island, especially in Semarang, near my house. The mayor of Semarang City, Mbak Ita, give a citizen a sumur subsidies to make sumur and water infrastructure for drink, for bath, and etc. Give for major Semarang City, Mbak Ita, with subsidies. Although the tax of land and building taxes increase up every year, but Semarang City's major attention to deal with El Nano tax with less water, give subsidies to make us more. I hope your areas, the major attention to. I give examples, Ministry Agriculture with research, innovation to find a new kind of rice in Parigema is strength with dry condition, but I don't know what examples in the air infrastructure components in your area, Miss Ella Winta. And other question?
Yes,
How leaders can ensure that their policies and actions align with society needs and address complex issues such as inequality, climate change, and disadvantage? I think yes, but I just follows Ministry of Agriculture because agriculture is very important for us. That is a food security, resilience, security food. We need rice, and the Minister Agriculture employ the farmer and the researcher to find a new kind of rice in Parigema, and education the farmers to plantation in Parigema in every dry season, for long dry season. And from leadership model from Ilma H.S. Simangunsong, looking at the diversity, what leadership model is most suitable be applied in Indonesia? It's very clearly leadership model in Indonesia to be applied unity, diversity. So there are 5 strategies for Indonesian leadership and Indonesian government: agile on focus, and strategic triangle, and transformational digital information governance, and wake up call leadership. I think every question is
yes. Yes, thank you, Professor, for having responded to 5 or 6 questions previously, and I think this is the last, the end of the session for your session today. And I invite all the participants to clap your hands virtually for appreciating our distinguished lecturer, Professor Dr. Sri Suwiti. Thank you, Professor. And now I give the microphone back to MC or local committee. Thank you.
Thank you for Mr. Fernando, Miss Asima, Safina.
You're welcome, Professor.
See you. Nice to meet you. Permit to leave.
Actually, Fernando, please. Yeah, Professor, actually, Pak Tunggul will give you a symbolic certificate. Please stay for a while. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Professor Sri Switri. We would like to give our appreciation to Prof. Dr. Sri Switri MSE as one of the summer course speakers. We say thank you. And to Dr. Tunggul Sihombing and we welcome you to give our certificate.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Professor Dr. Sri Suwitri, about your sharing knowledge in summer course, this summer course, maybe utility for all of participants. And now we giving you certificate. Please, you like to take this certificate and see you again in another activity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For next session, I will return it to our moderator, Mr. Fernando.
Again? Yes. Maybe have like 3 minutes break for grabbing our coffee or going to the toilet. We've been sitting for 2 hours, and just 2 minutes to go to maybe someone going to toilet or grabbing some coffee. I think I allow you to go like that. Thank you. See you in 2 minutes if it's possible.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, I welcome you back, the participants of the summer course. Thank you, Mbak Tiffany, for introducing me again for this session. I think we have 2 more sessions to accomplish for today. Up to, I hope so, it will be maybe 1:30. We're going to do all the sessions, the 2 more sessions of today. So for today's session, no, for the current session, we have another distinguished lecturer, speaker, panelist. I know her not only by name, but we were together in different in some projects and in some activities in surrounding Lake Toba. And I invite, I call her Kakak, Kak Masudali Masalahi. Yeah, let me briefly read her resume for you. Let me check. Yeah. So she studied at the University of Sumatera Utara, in 1994 up to 1998 from Public Administration Department, and she continued her study in University of Gajah Mada, Jakarta, still from the same faculty, social and political science, but different study program in Master of Sociology. Yes, she's now the director of the KSPPM. Later on, she will introduce what the KSPPM is, and what the activities that the KSPPM, or what the activities has the KSPPM been doing since 1980 up to now. And yeah, she's doing some research on various issues like political, legal, humanity, gender and social economic issues, both by organized or carried out by KSPPM and other and by other institutions as well. And yeah, she most importantly, I think I've known this 3 months ago, that Kak Masudali Masalahi is the recipient of the Goldman Environmental Prize to be granted in San Francisco, United States, April 2023, for her dedication to preserve the environment, especially involving the local indigenous peoples in North Sumatera. Now I invite all the participants to welcome our distinguished lecturer, speaker, panelist, Kak Delima Salahi, for giving us a presentation for 30 minutes. The floor is yours, Kak.
Yes. Thank you, Fernando Sihotang. Thank you for Bu Asima too, because invite me to share our experience in Batak indigenous people. I am Delima Silalahi, director in KSPPM in North Sumatra. Now let's start. I will share my my PPT. Yes. I will share about our experience, and the topic that I will share to you, to all of you participants, it's about indigenous people, land rights, and climate change in Batak customary land. In Batak indigenous people community, customary land have 4 meaning. First, identity, economy, community, like social and cultural, and ecology. Land from which the forests grow is sacred identity for the local indigenous Batak. So the loss of land literally means the loss of identity. We have in Batak people, Batak community, the philosophy Tano Namar Marga, Marga Namar Tano, land belongs to clan and clan belongs to land. So no clan that has no land in Tano Batak. Tano Batak is the land of Batak. Economically, the land and its forest is a living space. It is the main source of income. Socially and culturally, the land is the social bond. So it's structured how the local indigenous Batak runs their lives, interacts to each other, and develops socio-cultural institution. Ecologically, the land is the symbolic mother who reproduce and must be protected and preserved for the future generation. The land is hence customarily organized in accordance with aforementioned meanings. In Batak, indigenous people have local customary spatial planning. The white collar settlement, then housing yard for livestock, the next circle area for paddy fields, farm, water spring, and then area for collecting firewood, hard crop tree, and coffee plantation, Tombak Haminjon or benjoin forest, and forest populated by other crops, and the last color protected forest, home to wild animals. But we have the complex socio-cultural bond between the community and its land. While socio-cultural meaning attached to the land makes it a sacred entity, others, including the government and large private companies, tend to treat the same land as merely an economic resources. Financial compensation is exemplary of the way the Batak's lands has turned into a commodity with certain exchange value. In another similar case, such as the one in Merauke, Papua, the rapid extinction of traditional crop sagu not only meant a growing shortage of food source, since for Malin tribe sagu is their totem. The extinction of this crop also and significantly meant the loss of cultural identity, the end of number of sacred ritual and ceremonies, and the vanishing of sagu-based civilization. It is not an exaggeration to state that the extinction of sagu could lead to a sort of cultural genocide of Malin. In this regard, first, the extinction of culturally sacred crops such as benjoin tree and sagu because of industrial plantation cannot be financially compensated. For the compensation justifies cultural genocide. Instead of economic compensation, what is needed a whole socio-cultural and ecological restoration. Now, the indigenous Batak people face the land crisis. Development program has been increasing pressure of the land for decades. Most importantly is the destruction of its forests and damaging economic, socio-cultural, and ecological impact. In the not so distant future, the continuing pressure will bring the customary land at the edge of extinction and consequently the vanishing of local indigenous Batak. None is more exemplary of such dire situation than the current poor condition of benjoin trees in the most area populated by the local indigenous. The local indigenous call the tree Haminjon. This is the picture is the forest, benjoin forest, but now most of the indigenous people forest changed to eucalyptus plantation. This is the picture of benjoin tree. Benjoin tree have a close relation with local indigenous Batak. Benjoin tree is among the most common plants easily found in forests across indigenous Batak's customary lands. It is among the most important productive crops from which local Batak in the area generate their main income. To grow properly and produce good quality of resin, the tree needs a forest. In fact, to grow properly, benjoin needs a specific tree in its surrounding. The population of Haminjon has been alarmingly decreasing, accompanying rapid deforestation in the recent decade. This is the secretary Haminjon, the picture of Haminjon, the secretary for Batak indigenous people. The local indigenous still perform a special ritual prior to visiting the forest where the trees are located and before harvesting the resin. It is widely believed that a failure to follow the ritual will bring bad fate. The local indigenous call the ritual Mangarontas. In the ritual, the local peasant performs specific prayer to the Almighty, seeking his wishes and blessing to protect them from evil spirits. In the ritual, the local peasant eats specific food or traditional food. We call manuk napinadar, witak gurgur, and sagu-sagu. So each food has its specific cultural and mythical meaning for Batak indigenous people. Haminjon, Batak life and preserve natural environment. The legend symbolically put Haminjon at the heart of Batak's life as the royal road to welfare and prosperity, the main source of income for education, healthcare, daily needs, and etc. As Haminjon could only grow in a forest, the legend also turned preserving natural environment as a collective sacred duty, through which the indigenous Batak life itself is preserved. Haminjon is the very cultural identity of being Batak. It is the very basis from which Batak sociocultural is preserved. But now, like I mentioned before, indigenous Batak people face the crisis of land, and so they also face the crisis of Haminjon. More than 40% of tombak Haminjon in the area is becoming a monoculture forest. A global scale pulp and paper industry, among other, in the area is responsible for destruction the forest and planting eucalyptus. Apart from forest destruction, the level and quality of its resin production has also been decreasing due to the deteriorating environmental condition caused by climate change, among other. The continuing destruction of Haminjon and increasing living costs, as more and more daily needs are provided by market, persuade the local indigenous to pay attention on a more profitable crops. The youth has lost touch with tombak Haminjon for some time. They treat the land, forest, and Haminjon as nothing more than resources, which has values in terms of price. Their burden of preserving family and community economically means finding and collecting more incomes, regardless abandoning tombak Haminjon, not to mention less care for ecological preservation. Unsurprisingly, is the widening gap between older and younger generation in understanding the meaning of customary land. So the indigenous Batak paying the price, economically concession rights in the name of pursuing development program for the benefit of the people, prevent the local indigenous from deploying their rights on economic resources and income. Politically, the local peasant and indigenous communities are more often criminalized, stigmatized, and intimidated for defending their rights on customary land. Activities such as eucalyptus plantation contribute significantly to environmental degradation and hence put the local indigenous under constant threat of ecological disaster. Social and cultural institution preserved by the local indigenous is under pressure, with most devastating effect on women and children. Conflict and violence tends to increase in a used to be peaceful meaning. The problem, 60% of land in Tanah Batak, which is claimed by the government as state forest, is the local customary land and forest. The claim allows the governments to grant concession rights to private corporations such as the pulp and paper industry. With legal concession rights, private corporations as well as other development projects are destroying the living space of indigenous Batak. Such developmentalist approach with strong growth orientation pays less attention to ecological sustainability and hardly takes into account the rights of indigenous community. As I mentioned before, for Batak indigenous communities, forests are not only source of livelihood, clean water, and common property, but also have spiritual value. They have and still maintain various myths and rituals that support forest conservation. Those indigenous communities are the most competent protector of forests. The increasing conflict and violence. Development program, which practically means capital expansion and occupation of customary land, are responded by the indigenous Batak community with stern resistance. Hence, the increasing number of agrarian conflict between the communities vis-a-vis the government and the private corporation. The government's starting point is its very claim that all lands legally belong to the state. It means that any forms of resistance to development project are taken as illegal. Unsurprisingly, symbolic and physical violence against peasant and indigenous community in this area is on the rise. This is the spread of customary land conflict in Batak territory. There are 32 agrarian conflict in Batak territory now. But the indigenous people does not accept passively. The indigenous Batak rise and fight. Indigenous Batak community is rising and fighting for their customary rights for land and defending their socio-cultural lives from extinction. Often having to face the state harsh responses, their struggle is gradually receiving wider support for particularly from civil society-based group and individual, also university and academics. The indigenous community struggle for land is also a struggle for climate justice. The indigenous movement in Tanah Batak. The struggle is horizontally coordinated and vertically linked with like-minded activists at the local, national, and international level. Such network allow the movement to gather more audience support and sympathizers. The main orientation is the struggle for cultural recognition, popular representation in decision-making process, at least at the local level, and economic welfare. The main goal is to reclaim their land and forest and to preserve their socio-cultural life and natural environment. This is the progress in the legal recognition of Batak indigenous rights on land. In the last 10 years, the government has legally recognize 4 indigenous community by issuing a decree on customary forest and other 4 indigenous communities with a decree on preparation for a fully recognized customary forest amounted in total 700 hectares. 25 indigenous community are still fighting for their customary land rights, continuing the reclaiming effort of their lands, and persuading the government to issue similar decree. In the meantime, the indigenous community are working on forest restoration by planting natural trees. Finally, indigenous community is marginalized group who stand firm among the vanguard forces defending the earth. Thank you, Horace.
Thank you, Kak Delima, Horace. Horace is the Batak greeting for you to know a little bit about Batak. Yes, it's interesting that Kak Delima introduces us about how the life of indigenous people in Batak Toba territory surrounding Lake Toba. And I trust that you have heard the presentation delivered by Kak Delima very clearly. And now I invite you all the participants to raise any questions or responses or statements or clarifications for what Kak Delima just presented. Yeah, we received a couple of questions, responses from participants in the chat box. The first one is from Dina. She raised a question, Kak Delima. Here it is. How does the government respond to land crisis without violating or breaching or infringing the rights of indigenous people? Second question from Pasha Clara. What is the role of transparency and accountability in the context of NPA, NPM, agile governance? How? Apologize, I don't know about this acronym NPA, NPM, because I don't know, because I'm not a public administration scientist. Apologize me. Agile governance, and how can they overcome uncertainty in VUCA environment, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity environment? I hope you are familiar with this acronym, Kak Delima. Yes, the third question is from Siti Kairina Noviti Harahap. How can agile leadership adapt and thrive in the volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous environment towards shaping Indonesia's postmodern civilization? I think this is related to what Professor Skriti presented previously, Kak Delima, and I trust you were in the room when a professor was presenting her presentation. The floor is yours, Kak Delima.
Ya, pertanyaannya kurang jelas ya, not clear for me.
Yeah.
But I will try to answer the question. Government now started to believe that IPs is a protector of environment. So the government have start to have political will to give indigenous people rights, but it's very slow process. And I think it's because it's apa ya namanya, ada perubahan kebijakan deh yang terjadi. That there is a change regulation in Indonesia to protect indigenous people, but it's very slow and depend to the political will. Itukah pertanyaannya, karena saya kurang mendengar tadi pertanyaannya.
Yeah, Gina, can you unmute your microphone just to give clarification, or maybe you want to make sure that your question has been answered adequately by our speaker. You can unmute your microphone, Ibu Gina. Yeah, Ibu Gina. Yes, you can move. We can move on to the next question, Fadilin. Yeah. For Pasha, Clara, can you unmute your microphone just to give a verbal to raise your question verbally directly to our speaker? Because actually, I'm also personally I'm not familiar with these acronyms, and or if you'd like also to state your questions directly by unmuting your microphone. Pasha?
Fernando, maybe
Yes.
one of my colleagues will help me to translate to more clear. I will assist by our staff now. So saya akan menjawab terkait dengan pertanyaan. Memang kecil sekali ya di chat itu. Misalnya saya pertama terkait dengan seberapa efektif sih menyelamatkan hutan Haminjon yang diambil oleh TPL gitu. Nah, concernnya adalah bahwa ada relasi antara pemerintah sekarang punya kebijakan untuk mitigasi dan adaptasi perubahan iklim gitu. Saya masih percaya bahwa menyelamatkan hutan-hutan yang tersisa, di mana Haminjon menjadi salah satu hutan alam yang tersisa di Tanah Batak, itu adalah dalam rangka mendukung pemerintah dalam mendukung kebijakannya untuk mengatasi perubahan iklim, karena Indonesia punya target NDC juga yang harus yang menjadi kewajiban negara Indonesia. Jadi masyarakat adat bagi saya adalah pihak yang paling penting dalam mendukung kebijakan pemerintah tersebut, sekaligus dengan hak-hak mereka terhadap hutan adatnya dipenuhi oleh negara. Jadi hubungannya sangat erat, jadi sangat efektif menurut saya, karena Haminjon sebagai pohon yang sakral buat masyarakat adat itu dipelihara dan dilestarikan. Nah, sementara pemerintah juga punya kepentingan memelihara hutan. Jadi menyelamatkan hutan Haminjon dari konsesi TPL itu adalah bagian dari membantu negara untuk melakukan kewajibannya untuk menyelamatkan lingkungan tersebut. Nah, saya akan diterjemahkan oleh teman saya.
So we see that the meeting interest between the indigenous community and the government as the opportunity to reclaim back the forests of the indigenous people, because we know that Indonesian government of Indonesia is really concerned to handle the effect of climate crisis. So, for example, the government of Indonesia issued a commitment NDC to reduce emission. So that's why we see that our struggle to reclaim back the forests of the indigenous communities is really in line with the commitment of government of Indonesia to reduce emission. So at some point we realized that government also see the important role of indigenous communities to protect their own forests, because that's the way indigenous people consider their own forests, especially the forests where benzoin trees are located, because naturally the benzoin trees only grow well and produce well if it is located among many natural trees, so natural forests. So we see that as an opportunity to reclaim the forests of the indigenous communities.
Itu untuk menjawab pertanyaan Rifka di chat. To answer Rifka question.
Yes, Kak Delima and other colleagues, apologize for the questions I raised previously. I have read previously, were not taken from the chat box, but actually from YouTube participants. So I was asking the participants to unmute. Actually, they cannot unmute because they don't have access to microphones. So we just assume that they are listening to my talk just now. And yeah, now I'll give to Kak Delima. If you want to answer the questions or responses from the YouTube participants, as you can see on the chat box, asked by someone. Yeah. Yeah, from Ellie. Sorry. Yeah, I think it's already they are related already. Yeah. For those who want to raise other questions or responses, please feel free to unmute your microphone, because we still have 20 minutes left, more time to have questions and answers in this session. Yeah, I think we have received another one from YouTube participant, from Mariana Jingarta. What is the legality of taking Batak customary land? Okay, I think let me paraphrase. Rephrase the question. So, what would be the legality, the legal standing, probably, the legal standing of the Batak customary land right to design, and how it is designated as a state forest? Is there any violation of the indigenous people's rights during this? Let me assume. Is there any violations of indigenous people's rights? I don't know if it is related to the previous question. Please have the microphone back.
Oke, terima kasih atas pertanyaannya. Secara konstitusi negara kita mengakui adanya masyarakat adat dan hak-haknya. Itu yang pertama. Namun yang kedua, ada memang persoalan tumpang tindih klaim antara negara dengan masyarakat adat. Itu yang terjadi di Sumatera Utara, di Tanah Batak, dan secara umum di Indonesia. Di satu pihak negara mengklaim bahwa wilayah, misalnya seperti di Sumatera Utara, 60% wilayah daratan itu diklaim sebagai kawasan hutan negara. Tapi proses penunjukan kawasan hutan tersebut ditetapkan itu tanpa sepengetahuan oleh masyarakat adat di Tanah Batak gitu. Jadi negara mengklaim secara sepihak bahwa itu adalah tanah masyarakat. Tapi masyarakat tidak bisa dipungkiri bahwa di Tanah Batak atau di Indonesia ada masyarakat adat yang mereka itu sudah mendiami wilayah itu secara turun-temurun. Misalnya di Tanah Batak itu ada 15 sampai 17 generasi. Artinya mereka berhak juga atas wilayah itu dan diakui oleh konstitusi. Memang ada mekanisme dan itu yang sekarang sedang dilakukan oleh masyarakat adat gitu, melalui mekanisme kebijakan yang ada di negara Indonesia untuk mendapatkan kembali hak-haknya. Tapi klaim sepihak negara itu sendiri adalah sebuah pelanggaran atas hak-hak masyarakat adat. Sehingga yang diperjuangkan masyarakat adat itu bukan ilegal. Mereka dilindungi oleh konstitusi gitu, menurut saya.
First, Indonesian government acknowledge the rights of the indigenous communities and their traditional rights. So part of the rights is over land. But the problem is that there has been overlapping claims over land in many parts of Indonesia, especially over the lands of the indigenous communities. For example, 60% of land in North Sumatra is claimed by the state as forest state without a consultation or agreement from the indigenous communities. So the fact itself is already a violation of indigenous people's rights. Yeah. So because our constitution, the highest law that we have in the country, acknowledges the rights of the indigenous people, so the government provide mechanisms for indigenous people to reclaim back their land because they have a valid proof that they have the land, that the land belongs to them. For example, some indigenous communities can prove that they have inhabited the land for 13 to 17 generations. So that's really a strong proof against the claim done by the government over the land. But the problem is the mechanism, the procedure provided by the government for indigenous communities to reclaim their land back is so long and very complicated, something that needs a pressure, a strong pressure and an effective pressure from the indigenous community supported by the networks to push the government to accelerate the process. So that's why in De Lima's presentation just now, he said that in the last 10 years, there are only 4 indigenous communities that already received a decree over their land.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kak De Lima, and thank you, our colleague who translated very clearly, very nicely. Yes, again, we still have 15 minutes more time for our question and answers in this session. While waiting for your questions, I think may I give a question to Kak De Lima about what could be your recommendation about how young people or students or university students should be involved in promoting sustainable development goals through the issues that we just presented about the rights of the indigenous people in the context of Matapoda community. How could you, what will be your recommendation to encourage young people or university students to get involved in promoting sustainable development goals through the understanding about the rights of indigenous people, especially in the Matapoda land areas? Because we are talking about local leadership, and I think that would be related to what the summer conference about.
Ya, terima kasih. Jadi terkait rekomendasi saya terhadap orang-orang muda dan juga kampus ya, mahasiswa khususnya, bahwa pertama narasi, bagaimana memperkaya narasi pembangunan sebenarnya yang penting, bahwa banyak pihak berasumsi bahwa perjuangan masyarakat adat itu melanggar hukum, ilegal, melawan konstitusi. Nah, narasi-narasi mahasiswa harus memiliki narasi tanding, kritis terhadap narasi-narasi pembangunan yang muncul gitu, sehingga dia bisa memandang secara objektif, secara baik dan kritis tentunya terkait narasi-narasi tersebut. Jadi kami sangat berharap sebenarnya semakin banyak anak-anak muda yang kritis terhadap narasi-narasi pembangunan, karena itu bisa jadi itu akan semakin meningkatkan kekerasan terhadap masyarakat adat dan masyarakat pedesaan gitu. Yang pertama, yang kedua, kami sangat menyadari bahwa gerakan masyarakat sipil tanpa didukung oleh kampus dan universitas itu juga tidak itu akan timpang gitu. Seperti pengalaman kami banyak bekerja sama dengan kampus juga dalam membangun narasi-narasi tanding, policy brief dan lain-lain yang mendukung gerakan masyarakat adat di Indonesia dan di Tanah Batak khususnya. Dan kami berharap ke depan semakin banyak kampus yang akademisi-akademisi yang mau memberikan pikirannya, gagasan-gagasannya untuk mendukung masyarakat adat dalam membangun misalnya membangun narasi tanding, membuat policy brief, juga bersama masyarakat untuk melakukan perubahan kebijakan di negara ini terkait hak-hak masyarakat adat. Ya, karena di Indonesia legal drafting itu kan harus dilakukan oleh akademisi. Nah, itu yang masih jarang sampai sekarang. Jadi hampir semua kami terbentur dengan ketika kami diminta untuk mengajukan perda atau perda pengakuan masyarakat adat, yang memiliki legitimasi untuk itu adalah kampus, akademisi. Nah, oleh karena itu kami kami berharap semakin banyak akademisi-akademisi yang itu tadi kritis juga terhadap narasi-narasi pembangunan dan berpihak kepada masyarakat yang termarginalkan seperti masyarakat adat.
I have two recommendations about how young people and university students can contribute to the struggle of indigenous community, indigenous people for their rights. First, I think university students in the right position to develop alternative discourse about development, because indigenous people communities has been facing many discrimination. They have suffered because maybe they are considered as what they have done to reclaim back their land has been considered as illegal activities against the law. So I think university students can support them, can back them by developing alternative discourse about development, and also to be critical to the mainstream discourse of developmentalism, because indigenous people consider their land, their forests differently, different from mainstream discourse of developmentalism, because they consider their land, their forests, not only in economic terms. The second, it has been our experience that the movement of civil society needs support from intellectuals, from academics. For example, in the process of drafting and issuing a regulation in Indonesia, it is a formal steps where the government should ask the university to develop a research, as a basis to develop a draft regulation. Because the government acknowledged the legitimacy of intellectuals as a basis to develop regulation. So I think intellectuals, university is really in a important, crucial position to support the movement of indigenous people due to their position as intellectuals, because they still have the legitimacy for that. So we really need the support and cooperation with academics and intellectuals in the struggle of indigenous people.
Thank you, Kak Delima. Thank you, colleague, our interpreter. We have 10 minutes actually. More so, I mean, not only students can raise the questions and responses. I mean, as an academic faculty, scholars, you can also raise questions or responses towards what Delima presented just now. Maybe Kak Asima or Kak Tunggu would like to raise questions and make some relations to what the academic or intellectuals at the university could contribute to the attainment of SDGs for students in this particular topic.
Thank you, Fernando. Thank you, Delima. Very interesting presentation. Actually, we must admit that sometimes academics is very far isolated from the realm of the people. And I think through more research, we can understand, what happened with the gap between policy and the real implementation. And how do we get the sometimes misunderstanding between the civil society and the government? Because sometimes university as well as the policymakers are too far from the people. So maybe they have good intention, good disposition we have in public administration. This position is good, but actually the input and how they make meaning of all this data is obscure. I think what I mean that is their position is very far from the community, because community are localities and every localities have their own meaning. And this is the matter with some of how we formulate and implement the public policy. I think that's one of the contribution that we can do, and also maybe we also encourage our students to put more focus on issues of like local community and land conservation for sustainable development. And also like this occasion we put, because we really appreciate that knowledge is not only in the university, it's there among the lives of the people. And that's why, Delima, we really appreciate that you come here with very clear expressions, and maybe you can that you can also express what the people say about their life and the problems that they face until now. We must admit that the regions of Toba is not as progressive as in Javanese. I don't know what happened. Is it the culture of the local government, or maybe some problems with communication between the local communities and the local government? But we really appreciate, and this event also, field study also, is our commitment that we really want more people to really go to the field and discuss what is the issue, not just looking at the academic class, which they think it's very, very sophisticated, but actually we do not live there. And thank you for living there with the communities. And I agree that you deserve your commitment and your hard work with the team. Really deserve the very high awards that you have received. And maybe we can support you more, by like showing and like showing the other academics that there are knowledge there, and there are people who knows better than us empirically. I think that's what I can say, Delima, but maybe we can have personal conversation. What is still in my mind, what motivates you? Because you're not from the village, but and I know your economic background is good enough, but what is your real what is your real motivation to stay there with the Batak people who sometimes are very difficult? I'm also Batak, I know, we are all Raja, and we are very, So what motivates you to stay there in the field for such a long time? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Asima. Yes, Kalima, maybe you want to give one or two sentences responding to Dr. Asima's question. What motivates you to stay there with people?
Ya, terima kasih. Tapi kalau soal motivasi itu pasti banyak ya. Tapi yang paling penting bagi saya saat ini adalah dimanapun kita berada, hidup harus bermakna. Saya merasa lebih bermakna ketika saya bersama masyarakat adat dan masyarakat pedesaan. Saya merasa lebih bermakna dan berbahagia. Itu aja sih dari saya, mungkin diterjemahkan.
Thank you for a response from Professor Bu Asima. Maybe I have various motivations to choose to be with the communities, but what I can say as a strongest motivation is that I think that my life should be meaningful, because human beings is meaning-making creatures. So people needs meaning in their life. So far, I feel that my life has been so meaningful by being together with marginalized and poor people. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Kak Delima. Thank you to Bang. What is your name, Bang?
Marcen Sinaga.
Bang Martin. I think if you have any international forum that which needs interpreter, you can invite him to be part of the interpretation team. So I mean, he's very good interpreting the statement. Yeah. So thank you, Kak Delima. I invite all the participants to give your hand for the very interesting presentation, and also encouraging motivation to all of us. I think this is the end of the session. Now I hand the microphone out to Dr. Kondisi. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. See you tomorrow. Thank you, Bu Asima, and all of you.
Sebentar, Bu Delima, ada penyerahan sertifikat secara simbolik. Karena besok juga kita jumpa. Ya, silakan Pak Tunggul. Please, Pak Tunggul.
Okay.
MC.
Okay, Bu. Before we start our next session, we would like to give our appreciation to Master Delima Silalahi ME as one of the summer course speakers. Thank you. And to Dr. Tunggul Sihambang MA, we welcome you to give our certificate.
Yeah, is Pak Tunggul there? Maybe internet connection, yeah? Okay.
Oh, I think
it's not there, yeah? Maybe connection sometimes. Yeah, I think it's not here. Okay, let me just deliver this, Delima. Again, thank you for your presentation, and we pray for your struggle and wish you all the best. And as a token of our appreciation, we give you this certificate for you and for your team. And we will meet again tomorrow. Thank you, Delima. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bu Asima. See you tomorrow.
Bye, Kak.
Thank you, Delima. Okay, for our next session, I will return it to our moderator, Bang Fernando.
Yeah, thank you, Anita. For the last session. Yes. Now the session of now will be presented by I know her not by name only, but personally I know her very much. Kak Hodeno Petunggu is a dentist not by profession. I don't know by profession, but by study. Now, but she's been active in helping young people, local communities to have healthcare in terms of dental care. And then she will tell you the story where how to combine the dental care with the environmental preservation in a particular area in North Sumatera. So the topic she is going to present is entitled Local Knowledge-Based Leadership in Utara, in North Sumatera. Let me briefly meet her amazing portfolio resume. Her name is Paulina Putungu. Yeah, she's the founder. And she used to be consultant for on ecology related to climate and economic circular economy and in other things related to environmental preservation with Universitas as research based in Sumatera. And she previously she worked differently at different institutions. With he used to be a general manager for PT DKP Universitas. He is also conservationist and community developmental manager in Kalimantan. Please correct me if I'm mistaken. And she was also involved largely at the local community in Kalimantan and Borneo, to preserve the environment, and also including the indigenous people there in Kalimantan. And she could tell you more about herself, but most importantly, now, like Katerina, is the awardee, the recipient of the Whitley and Funds for Nature Award in 2011 in the United Kingdom. Great Britain. So now, Olin, the microphone, the floor is yours now for 30 minutes if it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Just to check if my audio is good.
Quite, I think quite low. Maybe you have to make the microphone closer.
Is it good now?
Not really. It's still low. I mean, maybe you just put your microphone to.
Is it now?
I don't know about others. Yeah.
Oh, this technology. I did try before.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
better. This is okay.
It looks well.
Sorry for this little trouble. So thank you, Fernando, for the introduction. I will share my screen. I should be able to okay. Is my screen okay?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
visible now.
First of all, thank you for Ibu Asima for giving us such a precious opportunity to share to bigger audience about our work, and also, how can we work with local community to use their knowledge as become a leaders that address the global impact. So my title today more about how we work with the community, so the community become the gardens of the forest, because we know aware that currently we are facing a very global issue about climate change and loss of biodiversity. It's all creates a lot of problem, not just environment itself, but for our well-being. As Fernando just mentioned, so people know me more about my work as a conservationist, but I truly still a dentist, and I combine my passion for caring for people, but also beyond what is happening in their body. So actually, I wasn't really interested about conservation itself, I even have a very skeptical view why conservation NGOs spending a lot of money conserve the habitat or orangutan, while I witness myself when I work in a remote area, there are so many people live in poverty. There are many kids dying because of malnourished. People don't have proper hygienes. And why we spend a lot of money for caring for animal while we have a lot of problem in our human being. But then I learned actually caring for our nature, caring for orangutan is also caring for our well-being. Orangutan is the farmers of the forest. Orangutan is one of the animal in the forest that what it's called an umbrella species. So because of the existence, it creates a lot of continuous ecosystem in the forest that make the forest to be nurtured. And when the forest is nurtured, the forest will provide water, provide oxygen for our well-being. So I just want to share again about my work since 2007 when I start my work combining conservation, the issue of people with healthcare, with the realization that Indonesia, one of the most high biodiversity forests in the world, but we can see that our forest is declining in a very fast rate. So yeah, when we see even like Kalimantan, even the meaning, the word of Kalimantan, it came from the word Kali and Matan. So Kali means sungai, river, and Matan is a forest. So actually, in the past, people named Kalimantan because it has a lot of beautiful intact forests. But we can see the decline of forests have a fastest rate of deforestation, and some prediction that there will be no more forests instead of only in the protected area. So we can see that from 50 to 2020, the part of Borneo, Indonesia, mostly gone. The forest mostly gone. Only a little bit on the north, it's belong to Malaysia. They have better job in caring for the forest. So in 2007, I teamed up with our colleagues and my co-founder, Kinari Webb, and we teamed up to see that we cannot be a healthy human being without a healthy environment. We need forests for our survival. So we team up with doctors and dentists and also livelihood people to care for our forest. So what we do that when we see that there is a complex issue of our forest deforestation in Indonesia, actually the community is the one that know how to protect the forest. They are the one who have a knowledge what is the problem of the forest and what we can do to preserve the forest. So what we do is not go there and just tell them what to do, but instead we ask them what we can do so you can be the guardian of the forest. So this is what we call radical listening. Listen to the community. As a thank you for protecting the forest, which is not only value for the local community, but the forest also very valuable for the world because we share one planet. But actually what happened in Indonesia, in Kalimantan, in Sumatra can affect another part of the planet. So I said, thank you for the world, how we can ask the world to enable you to look after the forest that will give more benefit for all of us. So when we start our work in Borneo, Kalimantan Barat, and we asked the community, we actually found that all the community believe that the forest should be protected, but they don't have any means to be able to protect because they live day by day, and sometimes they have to log forests just to put food on the table. And also one of the things we found that in 2007, because before Indonesia implements the natural insurance, we found that many community even lock for medical emergency. So we asked the community what we can do to help you so you can be the guardian of the forest. So the community said we should have a reliable four-wheel drive ambulance service. In Kalimantan, Borneo in 2007, there are so isolated place. You can go to the capital at 6 to 8 hours on muddy road. And for poor people, even they have free medical care, but to go to the city, it takes them a lot of financial support because they have to find place to live, and also even they can live with family maybe, but they don't have money to feed themselves while they're looking after their loved ones in the hospital. So even for free medical care, to pay for ambulance is something that make them in debt, and sometimes one of the things that the other means to get cash is by cutting the forest. So they asked, we need reliable four-wheel drive ambulance, mobile clinic visits, so they didn't have to go far away to seek medical care. And also they asked for organic farming training. Yeah, in Borneo, in 2007, we found that the community said that to start a farming is very expensive because of the fertilizer, and because Kalimantan is very isolated way. So I remember that time, even the gas per liter can cost 25,000. Yeah, so we can imagine how much it costs for all the logistics that come far away from the city to the village. And also the community asks if we can provide some livestock program for them. So they ask for things that they can increase their assets, not just rely on getting cash from cutting trees. Yeah, so we integrating the environment into healthcare from listening to community. We designed the program together with the community, and the community can access to what they already aspire to us. So as we can say to them that they are the frontliners of the forest, they are the heroes of the forest, so they should be proud of themselves. And we're integrating the environment healthcare with the community, and patient can pay with goods and service. So no free care, but we provide design a system when they can access the payment without giving economical burden to them. And we also do our work with dignity, self-respect, and anyone are welcome. Even they're still loggers, they are still welcome. We can educate them later, but they are all human beings we should respect, and we treat them in dignity. And we also provide incentive when the village prove that they not do more logging, they got more benefit by doing so. And also, yeah, we treat people equal. So even Bupati came, the local people came, first should serve first, yeah. So there is no different treating people, and everyone are welcome, and the clinic never denies any needs for the people to come to our service. And as a dentist, yeah, I share more about dental care because I'm a dentist, but besides dental care, we also provide medical care. But mostly what I found that dental care is one of the things that people are lack of, but also the service that usually not very accessible because it's very expensive for some people, but also it's very rare to access this service even in the remote area. So in 2007, we also started a medical and dental care. As a dentist, I provide the dental care for my patient, and they can access the service with looking after the environment. And we found that many of the issue of dental care actually related to medical issue. And in 2007, we also found that almost 100 patients that come to our clinic is having a dental problem. Yeah, so just to get a story start, that my work with a collaboration action with a lot of component of the stakeholders and partners in Borneo prove that working with community, putting the local community, listen to community, and collaborative action between the team, government, community, and also supporters. We found out that the deforestation in Borneo in the National Park of Gunung Palung decreased by 78%. And our work recognized by national level. Our work got Kalpataru from president and also acknowledged by the international charity. And this is not just the achievement that give the foundation a special position in the community, but actually the community itself has seen many progress in their lives. So one of our farmers even choose to become the best farmers from West Kalimantan, and one of our farmers even invited to the palace in the Nation Palace in Jakarta as one of the best farmers of Indonesia. So the impact is not just the impact for us and the organization, but also for the community. And yeah, as we learn, and we also see that Indonesia is one of the special country in the world, the archipelago. And I also learned recently about this. And the more I learn about this, the more I appreciate my country, Indonesia, the more I'm proud of my country, Indonesia, that our country is one of the best land service in the world. Actually, we are the archipelagos, 70,000 islands. And I also learned that actually we host 10% of the world flowering plant, and 12% of the world mammals are in Indonesia. And we also have 17% of all reptile and amphibia, and 17% of the world bird species are found in Indonesia. And I realized also that one of the studies said that Indonesia, even young generation, has at least literate about these things. So I hope our audience today, especially the student, should remember this, that we have a very precious land, very precious country that we should be proud of. And when we're proud of, we love our country. And then because of we love our country, it will enable us to think about as a changing, also as someone who also responsible to look after this precious country. And also in 2019, I learned about rainforest in Sumatra. I read an article about rainforest in Sumatra written by a researcher, and I found that my homeland, where my grandparents live, actually own a very beautiful and precious forest in the world. So Sumatra rainforest is one of the high biodiversity forests in the world, and it has more than 10,000 species of plants and more than 200 mammal subspecies. So some of them even endemics. So endemic means only found in this forest. Yeah, so you cannot find this type of animal somewhere else in the world. As you see this, this orange is the endemic animal in Harangan Tapanuli forest, and this is only found in this forest. And recently also, they found that in Sumatra forest there are two types of orangutan: the Sumatran orangutan and also the Tapanuli orangutan, which is one of the great ape that will have a high possibility to extinct because of the habitat fragmentation of deforestation and also land encroachment for agriculture. Deforestation creates a lot of problems. Yeah, it's not only the loss of biodiversity, but it can create more disease that will have harmful impact on our well-being or survival. And it also, some community will let us know when deforestation happen, they will experience flood, air pollution, and some extreme event that we all aware now that the forest loss create this the one of the emission in the world that it create temperature rise, and also the deforestation can create animal human conflict because the forest loss create less habitat for animal to live, so it create less space for them to be away from human being. And we also know that coronavirus is one of the disease that come from animal, but actually there is a study, the forest lost in 2000 in 1999 or 2009, the huge forest loss in Sumatra that create a virus Nipah outbreak in Malaysia. And it's all created by this imbalance of the ecosystem that animals that used to live in the forest have to find a place somewhere else. When they are moving to other places, they can bring more virus that they can spill over in other places that created even more harmful effect on human being. So this is how important it is to keep the forest intact. So how we can create this ecosystem when the community can be part of the solutions, can be the agents of change to their surroundings. So we know that the deforestation is real, but the community also know that the forest is important for them. So again, when we start our work in Sumatra, the first thing to do is to listen to community, empowering the community to be the actors of the problem, the problem solver. So we listen to community, and also we did household survey, and in 2019, 2020, we surveyed 866 households in 13 districts in 2 regencies. We have the help from 12 enumeratos from USU, and this survey done with the help of our partner who provide us this technology, ArcGIS that we can collect the data in the real time and integrate it with location. Yeah, so this is how we did our survey. So all the data is in real time, and we can also see every questions and every data that we have is integrated with our location. This is the number of people that participate in the household survey. And we found out that actually 96% of our respondents say that the forests need to be protected, but they also realize that there are still illegal logging. 20% of them admitted that there is still illegal logging, even in the protected forest. And they said that the threat to the forest is 60% by illegal logging and 26% land clearing from for agriculture. And we also found in this household survey that 38% of our participants say that they have no land ownership. And we also found that the community say that healthcare is expensive. So mostly this community live near the forest, and it is quite remote from a healthcare facility. And they say that the 60% of them have to pay for their pocket because only 40% are in the system of our national insurance. And we also found that 60% of our respondents experience they have to choose between to pay for food or to pay for their medical care. And 72% worry if they will able to pay for healthcare if they were sick. And we also found that 78% of our respondents experienced toothache, and almost 90% never seen a dentist. And people who live by the forest also live very limited livelihood, and many of them have no access to birth planning and better hygienes. And this is one of the example of one of the community live by the Harangan Tapanuli forest in central Tapanuli. Some of these kids have to bring this porang is one of the root that they harvest and they can sell to increase their household incomes for the family. So we asked the community from household survey, and we also have listening with the discussion with community. We invite them to talk and to share their opinion, how we can preserve our ecosystem, forests of Sumatra, Harangan Tapanuli, and we listen to the community, what their concern and what their hope. So the community said that the rubber price and it's some of these are benjoin kemenyan. They said that the harvest become less available in economically. So they say if they can have a better way, a better price for their harvest, and also say that they should have incentive of healthcare, and they said they need to diversify what they plant, so they need more seedlings, maybe to plant other different type of crops. And they also asked for organic farming, and they also said it's good for them to be farmers, forest farmers as a group. So if they can be one of the force that could benefit from becoming a farmers, forest farmers. And also they asked if they can be equipped to have more economic benefit from non-forest, non-timber product from the forest. Like maybe they can harvest the fruit to sell so they can gain more income, but not cutting the trees. So from household survey, listen to community, discuss with community and stakeholders with government also, we validate our data. We integrated our approach with the integration of education component, healthcare incentives, and livelihood training. And we work with community to train them alternative and sustainable livelihood, and also to train them to have more access to the care. So in these pictures is one of the training for a community in Langkat, where they learn how to make a eco compost, so they can use waste to make eco polybag. So in these pictures, we have community came to train them how to make compost from waste. How to make polybag from waste, sorry. Yeah, so you also train community, organic farming, and we also working with community about agroforestry, how to give them technical assistance to diversify their crops, but have also benefit, economic benefit, at the same time benefit for the ecosystem. And we also provide incentive healthcare as one of the community recommendation. And we also provide the service where the community can pay with non-cash. So we have a system that we collect all the data when a patient came to receive the service from us. It's all recorded in the real time, so patient can come and get access to our service, and they can pay with non-cash like seedlings. So here we see that one of the patient pay with Matoa, and there is this a map of community who benefit from our service. And we also do outreach, education, and education on health and environment. We educate from young age that how important it is to look after our human health, but also our environmental health. And in the village that you are going to visit this week, we have a satellite clinic that we provide for the community upon their recommendation that it's been almost 10 years that they didn't have access to dental care. So we provide them with a satellite clinic so they can access dental care with goods that promote forest protection. And yeah, we work with a local dentist association and to reach out to community. And we are in a discussion to provide dental care that support the overall health, that actually many community in North Tapanuli facing a stunting problem. So little that I learned that the conditions of oral health of mother and children is very important for the growth of the growth of the children. So it's very high correlation about the condition of oral health to reduce stunting. And we know that we cannot work ourselves because deforestation and caring for the community and empowering community, facilitate community, providing technical assistance. We cannot do it ourselves. So as much we try to partner with other institutions who we share the same vision about looking after our environment and looking after the people who live by the forest. So our local partnership is currently we have MOU with local university, University of Agriculture Department, University of Singamangaraja Unita, and they provide us students that give technical assistance of agriculture training for a community. And we also work with local government to share and to synergistically work on the ground. And we, as much as we can, to try to share vision to kids, to local people, and even we generate activities that beyond our belief, beyond our culture, that actually the common things that we all need to protect our environment for our well-being. So one time we also create a program where we all come from different faith, but we all have the same common understanding that we all should work together to look after our nature. This is when we did planting trees with interfaith. So in these pictures, there are Muslim, Buddhist, and Christian join hands and do planting trees in Loser National Park. Yeah, so the forests and people are the very important to create a healthy planet that we all need to, that we all share. So as Healthy Planet Indonesia, we encourage you all to participate in looking after our nature and educate ourselves what we can do to help the community to be able to become the garden of the forest. Yeah, so maybe we can have a discussion later, or maybe through our visit, the visit this week, you can give us more idea or suggestions how we can improve our work with community and how we can all work together to create a healthy planet for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kak Hotlin. Sungguh, actually, amongst many interesting segments you guys presented, one of them was the last encouraging statement about encouraging young people, especially the participants here, to to get involved, lot stay in the environment, especially for education. And it will allow me to highlight one piece from your presentation. It is interesting that you mentioned about how communities should be part of the solution. Local communities. They are not the problem maker, but they are the solution maker through the problem solving. And then you are as an external part. External entity of the community. You're part of making the problem solving realizable. And another one is it is very interesting that you interlink interlink many approaches. I saw that you mentioned 3 approaches, like education, health, and training, like for empowering local communities into how they can preserve the environment. So it is interesting to see how local communities pay the health services you provided by paying with seedlings, not the cash. And that's interesting. And it could be, not could be, I'm sure it is encouraging experience from you for the participants here to listen to. Now, let me open the discussion for 20 minutes ahead. Questions, responses, clarifications, or maybe responses from your experiences from the participants to what Public just presented. Yeah. I mean, participants, I invite you to give questions, raise questions, responses. I haven't seen question responses in the chat box, so probably you can unmute your microphones if you want to say to raise that verbally. Yeah, yeah, Dr. Sima, please.
Thank you, Fernando. Yeah, and thank you, Otlin. Yeah, it is very interesting. Yeah, especially you describes about how to balance about the environment, the animal, and the people, and the local people. It has already been really hot discussions in development discourses, and what I would like to ask you. In your presentations, you mentioned the initiatives. Your initiative, which is very good according to me, yeah, because you listen to the people. But how do you replicate this to the other community? How do you contextualize your strategy to the other communities in different regions, according to your experience? And thank you again, Odlin, because for your information, Odlin now is a bit unhealthy, but he is very committed. Hopefully you can get better, Hotlin.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so thank you. Thank you, Boasima, for the questions. Yeah, how to bring this listening from different contexts, bringing the listening from Borneo to Sumatra. Yeah, so I think, as I mentioned in my presentation, we all, as a human being, have the same value. So we respect and we treat people with dignity. And it has to be the first value that we have before we relate to other people, that they are to be treated in dignity. So, of course, even I am Batak, come to Batak is not as easy. I also learn many new things about my own culture, but I learned that we all have the same response to approach where we respect them. So we first need to learn what it means, respect means in Batak culture. So like in Batak is very strong community, so we should know who we can talk to first, and then we design from that a meeting, and we need to learn what is the social structure in the community before we go and talk to them. And then from that we can have a discussions, but also we can also challenge that something that may be different with other culture, but we can adopt. We can also challenge that to community, like yeah, like usually in the meeting only men invited, but we asked if we can have more women invited to come to the meeting, and they accept our ideas. So to bring the radical listening, I think it can be applied to all contexts, and in a respectful way, and respect the local culture and treat people with dignity. So I learned that in Batak, it's very it has a very particular way of relating to other people. So when they know that we respect them, they will respect us more. So we should not impose our agenda first, but we should listen to them. Yeah, so I learned also that Batak people is a very good public speaking, and every time we go, they can share their aspiration. Yeah, so I think radical listening is a must that we can exercise how to listen to other people, that they may have better idea than what we assumed before. I hope I answer your question, Ibu Asima.
Yes, it's very clear, Hotlin. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
And we can learn
Thank
from
you.
her.
Yeah, thank you, Bosima. I mean, for reminding us about how important it is for replicating, replicating the best practices. I think this what Caroline just presented was about. We're about best practices, best initiatives are coming from the community with the assistance from the external entity like Caroline and the forum and the group like Happy Group, for instance. So, but I think the field trip starting from tomorrow, I think will be a possibility and chance for the participants to also to replicate, to expand the best initiative already by the community there, and to be brought out strongly and then can be realizable in their respective context, their context. So I think there's some very good, outstanding questions of you, Ibu Asima, for us here to be reminded. Yeah. Thank you, Caroline, for answering. I think we still have another 10 to 15 minutes for questions and answer session. Please, my colleagues, if you have something in your mind, your heart, please get them out. Get them out, and then let's discuss them before the session ends. Yeah, I think Caroline, it is very your one of your last slides of your presentation mentioned about the interfaith dialectic, interfaith initiative to preserving the environment, especially forests in the low national parks. How do you see that contextual into our very diverse society? Like we are diverse in terms of religion, not only religion but also language, cultures, and even political opinion. So how could you tell us how important it is to interfaith or intercultural cultural initiative for preserving the environment, as you already initiated with the interfaith community?
Yeah, I hope I get your answer right. Questions. I understand your questions right. Yeah, yeah. How important is because yeah, many of the environmentalists say that one of the root cause of this problem is human unresponsive to our nature. Many of this related to our value, and our value that many based on our faith. Yeah, so how important is to sit together with other people that has a different belief, but actually there are common ground that we can all share. Yeah, so I think it's also important to learn from each other. So to have the opportunity with interfaith, it creates a opportunity to share and how we can mobilize our people that has different faiths practice, but we have the same common ground, because the impact of deforestation cannot choose who to impact. No matter what religion you are, if you got COVID, you got COVID. If there is a flood that destroy our farm, it's no matter what tribe you are, but if your forest is lost, it will create a harm impact that is not yeah, depend on who are you, what are you believe, and what you community you belong to. So we
So
should create
during
a
the interfaith, during the interfaith initiative at that Loser National Park, did you talk about theology or about Alkitab or about Quran in Islamic perspective? What did you do actually in that interfaith initiative?
yeah, I think in that interfaith, we give each opportunity. It's a faith-based group to share what they are believe in caring of the global issue, the climate change, the forest loss, and what they believe and what they can do. So first we sit together, we share what we think about the global issue, and then we come to a common understanding that there is no need to more talking. We need to have more action. So from that, we design a program that we gather together and we work together and planting trees.
Yes, this is reminding me about the SDG Sustainable Development Goals, Goal 17, about strengthened partnership between different stakeholders. Thank you, Kak Lin. I think that means this is the end of the station and the end of my whole job at the full station, the four stations. So thank you for being present, and thank you for the local community for inviting me for moderating the four stations today. And now I give the microphone back to MC. But before to the MC, I invite all the participants to join my hands, to give clap hands. To give clap hands for Kak Lin Opportunity. Terima kasih, Horace. Thank you.
Horace.
Thank you, Mr. Fernando. We would like to give our appreciation to Hotlin Opusunggu as one of the summer course speaker. To Dr. Tunggul Sihombing MA, we welcome you to give our certificate.
Yeah, thank you very much for your sharing knowledge in this summer course. Mrs. Hotlin Opusunggu from Healthy Planet Indonesia, a kind of organization, NGO, maybe utility for all of participants. And then now we are giving you certificate. Please you like to take this certificate. Thank you. See you again in another activity. As we know, we meet tomorrow in Sibalanga village. Thank you again.
Okay, as we finish this amazing journey, we want to sincerely thank each of you for joining the summer course on local leadership for sustainable development. Before we close this summer course virtual lecture, we welcome Dr. Anda Asima Siahaan, MA PhD, to give appreciation to all participants and speakers who have been involved in this program.
Thank you, Nabila. Thank you all participants on behalf of the committee and the University of Sumatera Utara. We extend our highest appreciation to you all for your commitment. It is very interesting to note that during these 3 days, we have discussions, and all the participants are communicating well, and all the presenters attended this summer course. Tomorrow, we will go to the field study. Unfortunately, some of you cannot join, but hopefully next year, you can join us here in North Sumatra to have another summer course. Well, again, thank you, and we wish you all the best, and hopefully we can extend our collaboration, and don't hesitate to contact us. And we look forward to meet you again and to collaborate with you. And we ask for your apology if some problems with the internet or some of our actions or some of our elections is not acceptable to according to your norms, and we ask for your apology. Thank you, and Horas for all.
Okay, thank you to Dr. Anda Asima Yantisya and MA PhD. As we say goodbye to this course, remember that our pursuit of sustainable leadership doesn't stop. Okay. As we say
Pak.
goodbye.
Pak, tunggu.
Okay. As we say goodbye to this course, remember that our pursuit of sustainable leadership doesn't stop here. Stay connected with fellow participants, keep learning, and think about how you can use what you've learned to create positive change in your communities. On behalf of the summer course team, we thank you for your dedication and see you at our field trip. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thank you all.
Bye, thank you. Thank you, Kak Asima. Thank you, Pak Tunggu.
Bye.
Oke, teman-teman.
Fernando.
Ya, izin.
Dua holong nunga sada holong minang holoki dua rohanung adomu di padomu Tuhan ini. Salele